What's up, guys? How is everyone's Friday? I just had like a bunch of chicken getting my protein in, man. Gotta get your protein in. And it was pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty well seasoned. You know, I think I did a good job. What is up, everybody? We'll see who's here. I am streaming a little bit later than usual, but what's kind of funny is actually this used to be my normal time because when I worked full time before trying to do YouTube full time, I usually worked until about 9 p.m. So I would actually come home and stream around 9:30, 10 o'clock. So really, we're just kind of doing what we used to do, you know, like 3 or 4 years ago. So really, it's the same. Honestly, I wanted to stream a little bit earlier, but I had a lot of things I needed to get done, and I just didn't get time to. So I figured instead of just scrapping it, not doing it all, I figured I would just stream a little bit later than usual, and hopefully people would be okay with that. But anyways, I am here now, and yeah, I'm here now, and I'm caffeinating. I'm trying to wake myself up. See, I'm an old man now, so now when it gets past like 9 p.m., I start to get tired. So that's not good. It's not good. And I've already had a lot of caffeine today, so this is like I'm kind of like shortening my caffeine supply as time goes on. Like, you have your pre-workout, you have your energy drink, you have your coffee, but now I'm having like the soda, which is the least amount of caffeine. But I guess it doesn't matter because it all accumulates anyway, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, what is up, guys? And Will, thank you, man. Hey, buddy, appreciate it. Nate, what's going on, man? Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it. How are you? Haven't seen you in here in a while. Yeah, I put up a goal. If we get 10 super chats that are $5 or more, I'll show you my feet. So for anybody that's into that, you perverts. Diamond Dog, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Been very busy lately. Nice to watch a stream after work. Yeah, man. I think I haven't seen you in a stream in a really long time, but I think that's also because I did used to do them a lot later than usual. So this is kind of like the normal time in comparison to like 4 or 5 years ago. So I always say that I want to be able to do them at different times. To be able to have different people in the chat or people that I don't normally get a chance to see. It just, I just get so like busy and overwhelmed doing things that I tend to have the best free time to do it usually lands on a Friday for me. As opposed to like, you know, making videos and social obligations and things that I have to do. Like Friday seems to more often than not tend to be the day that I can actually do them. But I do want to be able to do streams on different days, different times. And I have like in the past, but it's just Fridays is usually the day, you know, that's just usually how it ends up. Not necessarily how I want it to be or how I want to plan it, but it just kind of happens over time. Excuse me. But this week I have been busy. Well, I made 2 videos that I got out this week. Hopefully, I don't know if you guys saw them or if they were even shown in your subscription feeds at all, because I feel like the algorithm has successfully like buried me in the ground. But I did make a video on the old school Toonami promos, and I also did a review of Grave of the Fireflies, which is something that I've been wanting to do for a really long time and something that people have been asking me for quite a while. So if you didn't get a chance to see those videos, or if they didn't pop up in your subscription feed, go ahead and check them out. So made those this week, and then I've also been kind of reworking and rewriting part of the screenplay that I've been working on that hopefully maybe someday in the future I get to try to make a film, if that would be possible. I just have to find people that want to get involved and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I figured if I at least have the script, if I at least have the story, if I at least have something that exists, I can at least like give it to people to see if maybe they would want to, you know, help me out or be interested in it or anything, you know, be able to find people that want to act or be able to find people that want to help try to create something. So I figured, all right, I need to have at least this finished product that I can actually show people to try to get them on board. So I took last week and the week after, pretty much everything after most of my free time after I finished the Hellraiser video, I've been trying to work on this script, and I got it pretty much done, the first draft anyway. I'm going back, I'm adding things, I'm taking things out, I'm trying to like rework it. So I've been writing a lot this past week, which has been good. You know, it's felt good. I've enjoyed doing it. I like figuring things out about characters as I write them, because more often than not, it turns out to be something that I did not intend in the first place. Just through the course of conversation and dialogue, like things change over time. And I really like that process of going into writing something and think like, this is what it's going to be. And then as you write it and as you kind of discover characters and things get moving, things just kind of adapt and change. I don't know. It's a fun process. I enjoyed it. So yeah, I'm just still kind of like reworking that and trying to make it the best that it can possibly be. At some point, I'm going to give it to some other people to read, to give me their feedback, but I'm not at a place where I'm comfortable with that yet. I got to like probably go through it like 3 or 4 more times before I feel like it's decent. And then I can give it to some people that I know and trust and get their feedback. And then they can tell me what they like and don't like about it. And then I'll probably rework it again another 5 times. And then after that, we'll take it from there and just see what I can do. I kind of wrote it in a way where I feel like if I could at least get people interested and, if possible, like raise a bit of money for it. You know, it's very, very like low budget intended. Like a lot of it is just dialogue. A lot of it takes place in like 3 or 4 different locations. I try to be as minimalist as possible as I could with it, while still trying to make it exciting in some way. So hopefully that will help out too in the long run. And then I also am writing it in a way where I can kind of take scenes out like in a bottle and be able to just do like one scene. So for instance, like the opening scene, I pretty much wrote with the intention of I could just make this scene a short film. And so my idea is, if I get people on board and I can find a couple of actors, I can film the opening scene as like a treatment or like a proof of concept. And then I can not only have the script to give people, but I could have a finished scene, like 10, 15-minute scene, that I could be like, well, here's this. And then if they like it, if they don't like it, whatever. And then if it doesn't happen and I never get a chance to make it, I still have that short film. You know, I could still just upload a 10, 15-minute short film and be like, here you go, guys. You know, if nothing else, here's this little treatment that I made. So I have all that in mind. I don't know if and when things will ever happen with it, but I'm hoping for the best, you know. And it's also gotten to the point where it's like I'm kind of getting more comfortable writing again, because when I first started writing it, I was so out of touch and just so you know, it had been so long since I'd written any kind of fiction, because I write stuff for the channel all the time. Like I write videos all the time, but those kind of scripts are very different than writing fiction. So to kind of like put myself back into that headspace was a struggle. But now I feel like I'm much more in the flow of it. So that's good. That's good. Oh, yeah. I'm going to... Hang on. Moving some things around here. All right. All right. We good. We good. So how was everyone's Friday, man? What are you guys up to? What did you guys do today? Did you guys go to the gym? I did. I worked shoulders today. It was a good time. And the gym mirrors were being very nice to me. I think a little too nice. I think they were like deceptively nice to me today, because for some reason I felt like I had a really nice like back pump going on. Like, well, I guess like traps area, because I was mostly working shoulders, but I was looking in the mirror and I saw like my back and I was like, I don't think my back is that jacked. And I'm like, these gym mirrors, they are deceptive and cruel. Maybe it's that way on purpose. Make you think you're doing a good job. I don't know. Whatever gym mirrors they have, you know, you need to get those installed in your own house so that you actually feel like you're making progress and that you look semi-decent. You know, I feel like you need to invest in some gym mirrors, because you always look better in gym mirrors for whatever reason. They got the special sauce. Any news on more book reviews, even after the potential Dark Tower reviews? Yeah, I mean, I have some things in mind. I haven't committed to anything just yet. I do want to read and review the Clive Barker Scarlet Gospels because now, after doing the Hellraiser video, I'm very, very curious about that story. And I have read The Hellbound Heart now, so I feel like I need to read it. I mean, it's not technically a sequel, but it is and it isn't at the same time. But I feel like I owe it to myself to read that version because it seems really interesting. And after reading a lot of the Hellraiser comics that have similar ideas as Scarlet Gospels, I just want to see what Clive Barker does with it. So that's kind of on my list. I have other things, too, that people have recommended me that I'm looking at. And I really would like to go back and reread the Dark Tower series because I have not read that since I was probably like 19 or 20 years old, so it's been a long time. And you can see it on the bottom of my bookshelf. Like, those are the same copies I had that I was reading all that time ago, so I feel like I need to jump back into that world at some point. Have I had a pedicure? I've never had a pedicure. No, I go all natural. I just let them hang loose, the way that the way that God intended. Episode 4 of Pluribus, I did watch it. I have a review that should be out tomorrow. So that's all I'll say about that for now because I want people to watch the review. I saw it. I liked it. I'm a fan. I like where the show's going. It's got a lot of great ideas that it's playing with, and very curious to see how it's all going to pan out. Love the 2 videos. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It was the second time that I'd ever watched Grave of the Fireflies. I watched it once a long time ago, and I felt like, well, that's enough. It's one of those movies that you recognize as great, but that you never want to watch again because not only does it rip your heart out, but like every single thing about the movie is just so depressing. Like, even the happy moments in the film are just kind of like a prelude to the inevitable. It's like, because the movie starts out showing you exactly what's going to happen, so you know where the characters are going to end up. And then it just makes every single joyful, sweet, tender, happy moment that much worse because it doesn't matter, how much joy they experience. You know exactly where they're going to end up, and it's just, yeah, it's a rough watch. It's a rough watch. But I think it's an important movie. I do think it's one that people should probably watch, that they should see. Because we get so distracted, when it comes to stuff like that. We get so distracted and we never consider that all those statistics that we see are real people, that had real lives and real connections and real family and real love and had all this struggle and whatnot. It's like when you read history, it's like it's always talking about things from the perspective of those in power, right? And it's like we forget sometimes that people had nothing to do with any of it. They suffer the worst. Tsunami promo was great. So nostalgic. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Yeah. And it is, and it's something that I always go back to. No matter how old I get, if I'm in a particular mood, there's nothing that some of those Toonami promos can't solve. And I don't know what that says about me, or I don't know how sad that may sound to some. But, there are times where I will just sit there and I'll watch that Broken Promises promo, and it'll just like strike a chord in me and just remind me what it was like, not only when I was younger watching it, but also just remind me of like this feeling of potential, when you would see something like that and you would just wonder about all of these different paths that you could possibly take and where you're going to end up and how you're going to get there. And when you're younger, figuring yourself out, it just kind of takes me back to that feeling, I call the boom mic. Yeah, I would have to get one. And hopefully, I've only had a limited experience with a boom mic, and I found it to be very, very difficult. Maybe the kind that we had was just not up to par. I don't know what it is, but the kind that we had just felt like if you made any kind of movement or vibration whatsoever while trying to hold the boom mic, it would like the reverberation would pick up on the microphone. And so like you literally had to stand there as still as a statue. You couldn't fidget your grip. You couldn't, move an inch. You had to stand as if you were frozen in time while holding the boom mic, or inevitably you would just hear like reverb on the microphone. And I don't know if we just had shitty equipment, which is likely because we didn't have any money, or if that's a problem with all boom mics. I have no idea. Remember when you live streamed your old job because somebody broke your work window or something? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I know who broke it, too. Of course, now I guess it doesn't matter because that store closed down. It doesn't even exist anymore. So I still won't say, though. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Will there be a horse mask? I mean, there can. I don't have any. I was gonna. I I had my pinhead mask down here for so long, and now I finally moved it. I was gonna put it on. No, I mean, there's no horse mask scene written in the script, but if you contribute enough as a producer, if you know what I mean, I can be convinced. There are two characters in the story that wear masks at some point, and they are not specified as to what kind of mask because I just didn't really think about it. They're just going to be like generic, So maybe. I mean, there is a possibility. Down to see your short film for sure. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I figured if nothing else, if I can at least find the scene only requires 2 actors. So if I can at least get 2 people, even if I have to put out some kind of ad or like go somewhere to look for people that want to act, I can at least film one scene and then use that scene as a treatment or like a proof of concept or whatever to be able to show people, and then just use it as a short film, just upload it on YouTube and be like, well, here's 10-15 minutes of what would be the entire movie, but this is all I could afford to make. But if you guys like this, and then if you guys want to like back it or help it get made further, take it from there. I don't know. Everything's very like abstract right now. Like I haven't really thought this through completely. All I've been doing is writing. That's really the only spot that I'm in right now. It's just in the writing phase. Do you read screenplays of your favorite stuff to help you get into that headspace? No, I don't read screenplays of my favorite stuff, but I will watch particular movie scenes. Like, for instance, there's a lot of moments where I was writing where I was kind of channeling energy from other movies, and it's pretty obvious. Like, it's not like I'm trying to hide it or anything. Like, there's going to be very obvious moments that are like directly referenced to movies that I already love, So I would kind of watch a scene to just kind of get that mood, to get that energy, to get that feeling in my mind, and then I could write the scene with that mood. Not like copy the dialogue or anything like that, but just to get into the vibe of the scene. Like I kind of want this to feel like this. So I would just like watch those, maybe like 2-3 times, and then just sort of like get into the mood. Like an example is like there's one scene that's kind of similar to like in The Devil's Rejects, where Otis and Baby come into that hotel room and like they gather everybody together and hold them at gunpoint, and just like the visceralness of that scene, just kind of like how intense it is. There's kind of a moment like that in my story. So like I would watch that and just sort of get like a flavor for the mood of it, and then go into writing after that. Relax with the cats, bake some bread. 10 out of 10. Yo, I want some freshly baked bread, dude. Gotta share. I saw you were going live. It got even better, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I want some of that bread, man. I try to avoid a lot of bread in general, but man, is bread delicious, man. Especially freshly baked. Come on now. I love the smell of bread. Do they make candles that smell like bread? They have to, right? Like that freshly baked bread smell. I need that aroma just channeling through my house at all times. Saturday in Australia already? Man, Australia's in the future. That's crazy. What's the future like? Is it different? Have robots taken over yet? I'm kind of curious. Also, living in Australia just sounds dangerous. Isn't every single animal and creature and insect out there trying to kill you at all times? At least that's what I hear. I watch the Mad Max movies and I just start to think to myself, this is probably what Australia is actually like. Like, I think The Road Warrior is actually a documentary. How about that Berserk 2016 review? I don't think that's going to happen, man. I don't think that's going to happen. I never even finished Berserk 2016. I tried to. I really did try. I don't even remember how many episodes I got into it, but I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. Some people say they still like it, and that's fine. If people like it, that's fine. But I really just couldn't get past the animation. It was just so garbage. And they did change things too. Like there was like the first episode, it introduces Isidro in a different way, and but I couldn't get over about how how awful it looked. And I'm not even like a huge stickler for animation sometimes. I can let a lot of things pass. I like a lot of older stuff that, can have more limited animation. But Berserk 2016 is on another level of bad. I think it's probably only surpassed this year by One Punch Man Season 3. At least in terms of like a highly acclaimed, well-drawn manga being adapted into a notoriously shitty-looking anime. Like Berserk 2016 was kind of like the go-to. Like that was the prime example of like a manga that's beautiful, but the anime looks like dog shit. That's kind of the one you went to. But now, with One Punch Man Season 3, that has completely changed. And now I feel like the prime example of a manga that looks amazing but has a terrible anime adaptation is going to be One Punch Man Season 3. And then until that's topped, who knows how long, man. Another 10 years. Yeah, fixing to get a producer credit. Absolutely, man. Again, it's all like theoretical, but if I ever got to the stage in life where I felt like I could actually really make it and wanted to try to crowdfund it, what I would probably do is, I would probably set up like, I would try to figure out exactly like how much money I would need for it, and I would try to like write down everything and like everything we would need for the effects and the equipment and everything and get like a rough estimate, right? And then that would be the goal, or maybe I'd put it like a little bit higher than the goal just in case. And then I would probably open up like a completely separate bank account just for this, and then put out, a Kickstarter or something like that. Again, this is all theoretical. Probably will not get this far, but if I ever did. And then anybody that donated to that, I would give a producer credit to, And then also if it was in its own contained bank account, then all the purchases I made to go into stuff to make the movie, I could show receipts and evidence of that. That way everybody that donated knew that they actually donated to the making of the movie. I could show exactly what every dollar went for, because I think that's something that people get nervous about, especially when people on the internet, try to crowdfund or something like that. Like people want to know that, the money they're putting into something is actually going to what they believe it's going for. You know, there's a lot of people that have scammed people, and I wouldn't want that to be even a question, you know, in this case. So what I would try to do is every single purchase I made, you know, write down everything. That way I could just show, you know, everything went into this account, and this is everything that was bought with this account, and this is everything that was used in the movie, and be able to show all of that, you know, to have people, you know, give people more confidence into trying to help it get made, you know. Australia has 20-foot long ancestors of Komodo dragons. Komodo dragons are terrifying, man. I think they're one of the scariest animals that exist because they're so like I don't know. They're incredibly intelligent, but also like just what's a good adjective to use? I don't know. But they're so brutal in the way that they kill things because they will swallow things whole, and they will go after anything they can eat, anything they can grab in their mouths, they will go after. So it doesn't matter if it's like a deer, you know, a pig, a monkey, like they would eat a toddler, like a human being toddler. They would eat a human being toddler whole. And they have like saliva that like numbs its prey, but it doesn't like, it's not like poison. It's not like a venom. I don't know what the technical term for it is, but basically it like relaxes and numbs the victim and allows them to eat the creature or animal whole. And so you will have this conscious, like there's videos of them eating like monkeys basically, and you will have this conscious creature that is screaming and knows it's about to be eaten and is being swallowed, and the Komodo dragon just eats it whole while it's alive. It doesn't kill it, it just swallows it. So just imagine, you know, and you can't fight back because you got this weird saliva shit that's like numbing you, and you know, making you docile enough for it to eat you. And it is just like this cold, calculating, dead-eyed dinosaur, you know, this lizard thing that does not give a single shit about you whatsoever. Your cries of agony are only making it more hungry as it devours you. They're terrifying, man. They're terrifying. They're one of like the scariest creatures on Earth, in my opinion. If they were bigger, like if Komodo dragon was like 5 times bigger, dude, other than technology, we would be screwed. Suffer with us, Ryan. Finish watching it. Listen, I just spent the last 2 months suffering through every single Hellraiser sequel. So I feel like I need a break before having to watch Berserk 2016. You know what I mean? Like give a man a break. You know what I'm saying? Every single Hellraiser sequel, dude. That is an endeavor that I never really thought I would ever actually endure, but I did. Also, they released another trailer for the Hellraiser Revival video game. That's like a first-person survival horror thing, and it looks awesome. And the trailer itself looks better than any of the Hellraiser sequels. In fact, the trailer itself looks better than, I would say, let's see, there's 11 movies. I would say it looks better than at least 8 of the movies so far from just like a 1-minute long trailer. And I really wish that game was out when I was making the retrospective, because I would have loved to include it in the video, but it just didn't exist. And there's no Hellraiser games. This will be the first one technically, unless you count, you know, Pinhead being in Dead by Daylight or like Terror Drome, which is like an unofficial fan game, like Mortal Kombat style with horror characters. It's cool, but there's never been a official Hellraiser game until this, which is kind of wild to think about. Because every other one's kind of got one, you know? Like Friday the 13th got a couple. Nightmare got one back in the NES days. But Hellraiser never got one. You're going to see the 4-hour cut of Kill Bill coming out in December. I want to. It depends on if my theater gets it. So right now it's not listed, and it's kind of like a 50-50 shot whether my theater will actually get it or not. If they do, I will absolutely make a day of it because it's going to be like a 4.5-hour experience, which I'm fine with. But I don't know. I don't know if they'll have it yet. But my big question is not just seeing the whole bloody affair in theaters, which I absolutely want to, but my question is, are they going to release it on physical media? Because this is 20 years now. Like, I remember 20 years ago, people were talking about this version, and Tarantino was talking about this version that existed. I don't know why it's taken them this long to release it. Also, you see Tarantino was at like a Fortnite event because they're putting the bride from Kill Bill in Fortnite. That's just something I never thought. Like, I never thought I would look at a news article and it would be Tarantino at a Fortnite event. It just was not on my bingo card. But anyways, yeah, I would like to own like a physical copy of it. I would like to have the entire movie. If Kill Bill is meant to be one movie, not originally intended to be split into two, I would like a way to be able to watch the full version if I choose to, you know what I mean? So I hope that this coming out in theaters is just like a prelude to actually getting like a good, 4K version of the whole bloody affair or something like that. So I hope that's the case. But yeah, I'm stoked on it. I would love to go see it. Again, it just depends on if my theater gets it. I hope that they do. And if they do, I will. I'll probably even review it too, because there's going to be added sequences. Like, there's going to be deleted scenes, and like I saw that there's going to be a second anime sequence or like an extension of the Oren backstory anime scene. So that would be cool to see. Another super chat. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Ryan reviews Berserk 2016 video incoming. No, that's not happening. That's not a thing that's going to happen. And you know what? It can't even happen anyways, unless you guys just want to see my ugly face on screen talking about it, because I've tried to use clips and stuff from Berserk 2016 before, and I get copyright claim to hell when I do it. So I won't even be able to show video footage of it. I know some YouTubers have gotten away with it, but like every time I've tried to use clips from Berserk 2016, I get copyright flags. So I don't know. That's not going to happen. I don't want to watch it. I'm good. I'm good with just the manga. I'm not one of those guys then, I don't need an anime version of everything. Would it be cool if it existed? Yeah, it would be cool, but like, I don't need it. I don't need it to exist. And if it does exist and it's shitty, I don't need to watch it. I have the manga. The manga is good. The manga gives me what I need. And if I need a little bit extra, if I want to see some motion, I got 97. The Berserk 97 series that came out on Blu-ray last year, I think last year. Well, anyways, I have it now. It's in my collection. I can watch it whenever I want. I'm satisfied with that. 2016 can stay back in 2016, and I don't need to think about it. What was I saying? I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say. I don't remember. Something about Tarantino and Fortnite. I have no idea. I don't know. I can't remember what I was going to say. But yeah. Anyways. If Vagabond continued, do you think Musashi would stand a chance against Kojiro? Well, I mean, yes, considering they are based on actual historical figures, and spoiler alert, Musashi is supposed to win that fight. So I would imagine so, yes. Unless, Inoue decides to deviate from history, which, I mean, Vagabond is very fictionalized to begin with, so, who knows. But I don't think he's made any choices in Vagabond that, like, I mean, I'm not like a history buff, so I don't know, but I don't think he's made any huge choices. Like, that would be a huge departure from, like the historical story, as far as I know. Have you seen Chris Stuckman's movie? I did, yeah. I liked it. I didn't think it was like amazing or anything, but I enjoyed quite a bit of it. I liked a lot of the things that he did with it. But in my review, everyone said that I was lying because apparently nobody can believe if you actually liked Shelby Oaks, which I did. I gave it like a 3.5 out of 5. I enjoyed it. I thought for a first movie, and that's the thing too, is like I review every movie based upon like its own. I'm not reviewing it in comparison to other movies. Like every movie that I rank like a 3 out of 5 is not equal. Like it's a 3 out of 5 for what that movie is trying to do and trying to accomplish and how well that movie works for me, if that makes sense. And I thought there was a lot of good stuff in it. I mean, there was a lot of stuff in it that I thought could have been better that I didn't like. And I addressed some of my criticisms in the video, but overall, I thought for a first movie, I thought it was a really, really good effort and that there was a lot of great things in it. I liked the beginning, like the first 15 to 20 minutes where it was sort of like watching this sort of found footage news footage kind of thing. This like documentary format I thought was really good. And I actually, shockingly enough, I kind of would have preferred the whole movie to stay in that format. I thought that was the best part of the movie. There were a lot of contrivances, to try to get the main character where she needed to go. There was a lot of strange decisions she makes. Like the one for me that I didn't like is like, why would she, I just don't buy that she would go into this abandoned prison in the middle of the night by herself. Like I get the intent that she is looking for her sister and she's desperate to find her. But that was the moment where I was like, oh, okay, I just didn't like, you could wait till the sun was up. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was some things like that. But I thought it was well made. I thought it was well acted. Like I said, I really loved the first 15 to 20 minutes of the movie. I thought the mystery was good. Some of this, like there is some, I don't know if it's CG or if it's, or what he used, but there's some stuff that doesn't look too great in it. But I think, there's a lot of good moments of suspense. Like I like the opening shot where the character is talking into the camera and like you hear the noise off to the side and the door is open. You're kind of looking for any kind of figure that you can see out there, or when she saw like the demon in the window and stuff like that. Like I thought there was good stuff in there. Like, it's not like fucking like The Exorcist or some shit. You know what I mean? Like it's not up there, but like I thought for a first movie, I thought it was pretty well done. But apparently having that opinion enrages a lot of people, and people were mad at me and wanted me to shit on it and said that I only liked it because I was a fan of Chris Stuckman's channel. And how do you argue against that? You know what I mean? So if I didn't like it, that would give more justification I don't know. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It's not going to be in my top 10 of the year, but I liked it. Hypothetically, at work, would you rather crap your pants or get knocked out, and why? Well, I'm going to assume, because what I do for work right now is YouTube. And so I guess I would rather crap my pants because I would be home. So I would, I could change and take a shower or whatever. If I got knocked out, I question, like, what is the thing that's knocking me out, right? Because I don't want something to come into my house and knock me out. I mean, I would, try to fight back, right? But, like, if I didn't know, if I'm just sitting here and something, like, snuck in my house and knocked me out, or am I getting knocked out because I'm a dumbass and I, like, walked into a wall or something like that, which is also something that could happen. But I guess, assuming that I'm working at home, I think I'd rather crap my pants because I could just take a shower. If I get knocked out, there's like, how long am I getting knocked out? What knocked me out? Am I getting brain damage? It just seems like, I just feel like taking a shower would be an easier fix. I'd have to sacrifice a pair of pants, but I got other pants, so it's all right. Other than the original, what is your favorite appearance of the Frankenstein monster? I think now I would have to go with the Del Toro version. As far as the monster goes, I thought, like, performance wise, I think that's probably my favorite. It's hard to like disassociate my love for the universal Frankenstein because, you know, that's just so like embedded into my soul. Like, you know what I mean? Like I've been a fan of those movies since I was a kid. So it's hard not to say that Boris Karloff is the best, but like objectively speaking, you know, the new one is probably the better version in the sense of being faithful to the book, but like aesthetic wise and like nostalgia bias wise, I still prefer the original Frankenstein. I think it's a masterpiece, especially if you put it with Bride of Frankenstein. Like I could kind of consider that one movie, like the original Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein, because Bride continues where it left off in the book. So it's kind of like, even though it's technically, it is a sequel, they weren't filmed at the same time. It is kind of just a direct continuation. So I kind of consider that one movie in a way. But I think other than Karloff, yeah, the newest version of the monster is my favorite. The better question would actually be, what is your favorite version of Frankenstein? Like the doctor, right? In that case, I might say Peter Cushing, you know, from the Hammer movies, because they made Frankenstein just such an asshole. Like it's not in line with the books, but well, he is an asshole in the books, but in the Hammer versions, he's a total fucking ass. Like he's a murderer. He's doesn't care about anybody. You know, he only cares about his experiments and shit. So like, I might go Peter Cushing as sort of my favorite Dr. Frankenstein, even though he's not accurate to the book at all. Have you ever thought about pitting horror franchise villains against each other in brackets like playoffs, Gremlins versus Critters, Freddy versus Pinhead, that sort of thing? Maybe. I don't know. I did something like that once on YouTube with characters from Berserk, and it seemed to go over well, but that was probably because most people that subscribe to me or subscribe to me for Berserk. So, like, if I did it with other characters, um, yeah, I guess I would have to just test the waters. I would just have to throw one out there and then see what people would vote. Ryan, how would you rank all the Dragon Ball sagas? Well, I'm not going to count Super because I don't like Super. But of the original Dragon Ball, I put Saiyan Saga first, then probably, um, if you're counting Dragon Ball, I'd probably put the 23rd tournament, the one where Goku fights Piccolo, number two. Those are like that's like my favorite era of Dragon Ball. It's like the final tournament of Dragon Ball, and then the Saiyan Saga of DBZ. Like that whole like bracket of episodes is probably my favorite in the whole franchise. Then after that, I'd probably put Cell Saga, then the 22nd tournament with TN, then Red Ribbon Army, then Boo, then Piccolo, then the first tournament, and then the first arc. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Ryan, do you like characters with sailor mouths? Characters who single-handedly crank up the age rating to an R rating? Yeah, I mean, if it's done well, you know, like Negan is like that in the Walking Dead comics. He couldn't really be in the show because the show still aired on regular cable, but yeah, there's some characters like that that I like. I think it's like there's a fine line because sometimes if a character is trying too hard to be edgy, it just comes off as, I don't know, like just cringe and uncomfortable. But there's a certain type of character that if they carry themselves with enough charisma, they can get away with just dropping an F bomb every other sentence, you know? Like like Sam Jackson in any Tarantino movie. You know, he's always dropping the F bomb like every other sentence, but like he's great, you know? It's also Sam Jackson. So like you know, nobody says the F word better than Sam Jackson, but it depends on the character. Did you watch Predator Badlands? Yeah, yes, I have a review of it. Sometimes I also wonder sometimes when people ask if they don't see my videos in their feed, because I do think that YouTube's algorithm hates me and then doesn't show my videos in people's subscription feeds. So like I had an entire week on the channel where I reviewed every single Predator movie leading up to Badlands, and that was like the entire intent, because Badlands was coming out, so I wanted to do a ranking of all the Predator movies. So yeah, I did watch Badlands because I had an entire Predator week on the channel where I reviewed every single movie. So yeah, check that review out to get my full thoughts and opinions on it. I personally, like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was entertaining, but it wasn't necessarily like my type of Predator movie. Like, I much prefer the more, like horror-based version of Predator from like Predator 1 and 2. I also really like the animated movie Killer of Killers. I like that a lot. So that's kind of more my style of Predator. But I like that they were able to do this version, because I know a lot of people have been wanting a Predator movie where one of the Yautja is a protagonist and we get to see things through their perspective, and to do an entire movie with no humans and stuff. Like, it was an ambitious idea. And I'm glad they got to make it, but it just wasn't, for me, it kind of wore out its welcome after like the 40-minute mark. Like, I like the opening of it. I like the premise of the planet with all of the deadly creatures on it. But then it kind of like, I don't know, it kind of like overstayed the premise to me. Like, I thought the premise was a neat idea, but I realized after being in that premise for a long enough time, I was kind of like, it kind of lost me, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I was on board for the idea, but then it kind of lost me about halfway through. New Frankenstein has practically nothing to do with the book. I mean, there is a lot of stuff that's in the book in the movie, but yeah, there's a lot of big changes too. The biggest one being with Elizabeth, I think, which was a strange one. That was a strange change. I mean, I think it worked in the movie okay, but that's okay. Like, I don't need it to be a super faithful adaptation of the book. You know what I mean? Like, every version of Frankenstein has a unique quality to it that I like, that I've seen. Whether they make Frankenstein himself sort of like a maniac mad scientist like the Hammer versions, or like the classic Universal, or the Robert De Niro one. They're all just their own thing. The one thing that disappointed me in the Del Toro version was not doing the bride moment, which I know in the book, I don't believe the bride ever comes to life. I think Frankenstein, he starts to make it, and then he destroys it, I'm pretty sure. But it's still a part of the story that I really like, and I was hoping to see that in the Del Toro version. Waiting on disturbing movie tier list video? Oh, man. I could probably come up with a few. There's some I won't watch though. Like, if they involve anything that's actually real, like I watch movies for a fictional story. Like, they can be based on a true story, that's fine. But some of those, people try to find like the most disturbing movies out there, and some of them include a lot of like real shit, or like close to snuff and like that kind of shit, and that's not for me. Peter Cushing as Frankenstein reminds you of Herbert West. I mean, I'm sure that was an intention. Well, the other way around, because Herbert West would have came after that version of Frankenstein. But yeah, I think there's a pretty clear direct reference there for sure. Victor Frankenstein is not an asshole in the book. I mean, he abandons his creature. He's like afraid of it and runs away, or neglects it. That's kind of like, I feel like that's one of the main ideas, the main themes of the book, is that he's neglectful to the thing that he's created. He doesn't take the time, he doesn't spend the time that he would need to make it into a decent person. Reading any manga lately? Any current serializing? Nothing new. No. I mean, like I said, the last one I did. What was the last one I did? I did a. Well, I read Junji Ito, Shiver for October during the Halloween season, and then before that I did Trigun. Um, but those were the last two that I read through and reviewed. So nothing new after that. Yeah, didn't get a notification for the Badlands review. I mean, I'm not surprised, man. I'm pretty sure that YouTube hates me entirely and just doesn't show my videos to people anymore. I mean, it's a combination of things. I think one thing is just that I just don't make content that people want to watch, and it is what it is. I'm gonna make what I want. So if people want to watch it or they don't, that's up to them. So I can't complain about that. I make the content that I want to make and that I would want to watch, but a lot of people don't want to watch it, and that's fine. But then also, I think that legitimately YouTube just doesn't share my stuff anymore. Like because I get people all the time that say they don't see it, or that I don't come up in their feed, or that they had to unsubscribe from me and then subscribe again to get me to show up in the subscription feed. Or I get people saying that or in this instance where they'll ask if I watched something or if I reviewed something and I put a video out a couple of days ago or a week ago and they just didn't see it. That kind of stuff happens all the time, and it happens so frequently that I can't imagine it's not part of YouTube just doing its thing and pushing me further and further down. This has been a really shitty year, a really shitty year on YouTube. Um, and it just continues to go that way. I was watching your old Friday the 13th game live stream last night. Oh shit, is that still up? That's funny. Frankenstein's your favorite story, so you're a particularly unforgiving critic. I mean, that's fair. Absence of the bride is an odd detail to remove. It is. I feel like they were sort of alluding to the bride with Elizabeth, which again is weird, but it never gets to the point. Like he does say in the Del Toro version, he does say that he wants a companion, but it never gets to the point where Frankenstein starts to create it. We're getting another trailer for Fist of the North Star 2026 on December 6th. Expectations are extremely low. Yeah, so are mine. So are mine. After that first one, talk about One Punch Man season 3 being bad. I mean, I don't know if Fist of the North Star will sink that low. I think it's just a particular animation style that I don't like. I was hoping it would be more, well, I don't want to say traditional anime because I feel like there is no traditional anime anymore, but a little bit more, less CGI coded, but I don't think that's what we're going to get. So when it comes to Fist of the North Star, I will just rewatch the 80s version and be happy with that. And some of the OVAs are pretty cool. Saw your Leprechaun retrospective since I saw all the movies for the first time recently. Well, what's your favorite Leprechaun movie? That's the big question. Because I'm a huge supporter of Leprechaun 4 in Space being an absolute masterpiece. And it gets far too much hate. That movie is a blast. That movie is a ton of fun. from start to finish. It does some of the best things in the franchise. And I stand on that hill. It's a lonely hill. I'm here by myself. But I love Leprechaun 4 in space. Love the Resident Evil content. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was another series I did that didn't do too well. I mean, the two videos I made, oddly enough, the video I made where I reviewed the live action stuff and the video I made where I reviewed the animated movies, those did well. But I reviewed every single one of the video games, and all those videos did not do well. So if you watch the reviews of the live action or the animated stuff, check out some of the video game reviews, because I had a lot of fun doing that, going through that entire franchise. I did want to do a ranking of them, but since I still have never played like the original versions of 1 and 3, I feel like people would, like, I don't know. I feel like that's all the comments would be. It's like, well, you can't rank them if you haven't played these versions. It's like, I guess that's fair. But I just haven't had a chance to try to find those or play those. And I don't know. I like the remakes. Feel bad about your videos not getting views. They're gems. I've been telling everyone. Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, I appreciate anybody that likes them or watches them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the only reason it sucks is just like trying to keep afloat. You know what I mean? Like I probably wouldn't care as much if I wasn't trying to now do this for a living, which again was my choice. So I have to bear that weight. You know what I mean? Like, I chose to try to do YouTube full time. So if I'm not getting views and as a result not making money because of that, it's my fault. Like, that's my choice. Like, I did it to myself. But it's it's just been a rough year. But it's rough for everybody. Like, everyone's having a hard time. Like, life is tough, man. Life is tough and everything is expensive. So, it's a harsh world out there. I always just wish I just did a little bit better on the platform. Like, I just wish I could just get like an average level of views. Like, if I even got like 5,000 views a video, you know what I mean? Like, that would help me out a lot, right? Like, the fact that I still struggle to get even 1,000 views is rough, especially this far into it. After doing YouTube for like 10 years and doing it full time for three and a half, the fact that I still struggle to get even 1,000 views on a video, man, sometimes it feels like, I don't know, it just feels like what the fuck am I doing? You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like, shit, should I do something else? Like, should I? But then, like, I'm so stubborn that, like, I feel like the idea of quitting, because I've quit so many things in life, and I just feel like I've come so far, and it's like, I've quit so many things, and this is like the one thing that I haven't given up on, and I've gotten as far as I have now. And I'm just trying to stick it out, and I'm trying to hope and wait until I reach that next level. But, yeah. YouTube has been bad lately. Age restricting channels randomly, AI slop, Gooner ads, channels exploding. Yeah, and I feel that too. Like, I really do try to make a lot of videos feel like the classic era of YouTube. Like, a lot of that is by intention, because those are the videos that I like. That's the era of YouTube I like. Actually, I think my favorite comment I got on the Hellraiser video is somebody said that this feels like a 2010 like YouTube video, and I was like, thank you. Like, that is because that's when YouTube was great, like back in like the late 2000s and the early 2010s, before it just became nothing but algorithms and promoting the gigantic channels and things went like, it used to be an outlet for just people in their own homes picking up a camera talking into it, making skits, making fun videos, whatever. And now the only thing YouTube promotes to is like Mr. Beast and like gigantic, you know, mega channels and that kind of stuff, instead of just seeing like casual everyday people. Like it used to be something where it was just like regular average people just uploading silly videos, having a good time, and then it's changed into like what the corporations make the most money off of, you know, over time. So I mean, I try to hold on to a little bit of that style, a little bit of that flavor, that feeling of like more of the old school YouTube stuff. And to be honest, that's the stuff I watch. Like a lot of YouTube stuff I watch is shit that I've watched from years ago. Like I always go back and rewatch the old like Cinemassacre, Monster Madness and shit. Like that's the kind of stuff that I liked. So like, you know, I try to like keep some of that flavor going, keep some of that style alive, even though most of it's died out. Um, let's see, confused because I watched your Resident Evil Degeneration film review, and you mentioned the fact that Angela and Leon had some kind of romantic tension, and Claire should have minded. But like, why? Because Leon and Claire just need to kiss already. Like, I need that to happen for my soul to feel complete, and it's like right there. And I feel like there's so many times where it might have been on the cusp, but then it's just never really happened, and we need to continue the Redfield bloodline, and Chris isn't going to do it because he's just, you know, busy doing manly shit. So it's up to Claire. And so like they just got to smooch. They just got to give each other a big old smooch, and I'll be happy. Has the cold arrived at your state yet? Yeah, it's freezing. I have no circulation in my feet. My feet are very frozen. By the way, if I get 10 super chats that are over $5, I'll show you guys my feet. Just a little incentive. I would like to know, what is your favorite Resident Evil game? I think, all things considered, like after playing the ones that I have, so I have not played the original 1 or 3, but playing the ones that I have in the remakes, I think the best of everything, in my opinion, is probably the Resident Evil 2 remake. Because for me, like my personal like favorite type of Resident Evil is when you're fighting zombies, like the early like Umbrella Corporation era. You know, before all the characters were so skilled and well versed in everything and like action heroes by the time part 6 comes along. You know, I kind of like the early days of zombies being scary and being surprised by zombies. I love Resident Evil 4 also, don't get me wrong. I like the hive mind plaga stuff, but like I think my favorite era of Resident Evil is the early era with the zombies. Like the zombie outbreak is my kind of thing. And then we have like a tyrant, you know, to fight at the end. Um, so I love the stages of part 2 in the remake, being in the police station and everything, and then going to the. I don't like the sewer segment so much. The underground lab is cool. I like the Leon segment and Claire segment. I know that a lot of people complain that they're pretty much the same, and they basically are. But you know, I don't know. It doesn't really bother me that much, I guess. I think there is enough differences in there for me personally that like I don't really care, because Claire gets the whole thing about rescuing the girl. What's the little girl's name? I can't remember. Birkin Sherry. Yeah. Anyways, I like that stuff. And I like Mr. X as the stalking enemy. I think that he works really well. I think that he's extremely intimidating, but he's also kind of funny looking. You know what I mean? He's just a giant gray dude in a trench coat. But there's like a beauty in the simplicity of that. You know what I mean? I kind of want to say that the Resident Evil, the original like remake, is my favorite because I love the aesthetic of it. Like I love the atmosphere of that game. How the mansion looks and the lighting of it and the thunderstorm outside and all of that kind of stuff. Like if you just took like the story and aesthetic, I'd probably say the first Resident Evil remake is my favorite, but I think 2 I do prefer the over the shoulder as opposed to the fixed camera angles. And obviously it being newer, it was just a little bit more intense. So I'd probably say the 2 remake and then the original remake. And then I'd probably say 4 and then the 4 remake are like my top ones. Those are my top favorites. It says Leprechaun 3 is your favorite, like the wishing coin angle, although 4 was the first one I saw back in the 90s. Sadly, didn't like 4 as an adult. Oh, no. Dude, 4 is the unsung hero of the Leprechaun franchise, man. It's so underappreciated. You get a giant spider. What's not to love? You get a mad cyborg German scientist that turns into a giant spider. And then you get the Leprechaun going, like, after he uses a lightsaber, the Leprechaun goes up a guy's piss stream into the guy's dick, and then later bursts out of his dick like a baby coming out of the womb. And then later on, the Leprechaun gets like gigantic, and he's a giant Leprechaun kaiju. I mean, it just has everything that you could possibly want in a movie. There's just nothing better. There's just nothing better than Leprechaun 4, man. Andy Will, thank you again. Thank you again for the super chat. Appreciate it. Final super I can afford tonight. Chase your dreams. A dream won't chase you back. Absolutely, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support. And that's the only way to do it. That is the only way to do it. Nothing, nothing I got was ever handed to me, at least. It's just like I had to fucking fight tooth and nail for like, every single tiny little victory. And it's true. Like, it's like you have to put effort into things. Like, I feel like, a lot of people do wait. A lot of people do wait around just hoping something good will happen, not realizing that you really do have to take initiative in every single thing. Like, things aren't just going to drop out of the sky for you. Maybe for some people they will, but if you bank on that, that's kind of like hoping you just win the lottery. It's just like, it's like, well, yeah, it could happen, I guess. But like, in the meantime, put in a lot of work and effort to try to get to where you want to get, But with that, there's also no guarantee that you'll get there. But, if you can still continue to move forward without a guarantee, that's true strength in my opinion. Yeah, sell your soul for YouTube interaction, or keep being yourself and build an audience that genuinely likes your content for what it is. Ryan being real. Thank you, man. Yeah, well, that's what I feel too. Like, sometimes I look at people that do that, and they just have like the most clickbaity, like drama content. And I look at that and I'm like, man, like, I'm sure the payout of that is nice, but I could never I could never just pretend to be interested in shit that I'm not interested in, or talk about things that I don't care about. Like, that in itself is a skill. It's probably not a skill that you want to have, but it's a skill that some people have and they're able to make a lot of profit off of it. But I just can't do it, man. I just can't do it. It's just like, I have to, like, the whole point of YouTube to me is being able to do what I want to do, being able to make the kind of stuff that I want to make, being able to have the freedom to do that. And not just, and YouTube makes it so difficult because all it wants you to do is just, placate to algorithms and things that are working, and it doesn't like variety, and it doesn't like, people trying different things. Like, it really tries to put every single person into a box, which I find makes it very, very difficult, especially for somebody like me that likes to do a lot of different kinds of things. And, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't vibe with what YouTube is sometimes. But, to me, it's all about like creating, it's all about making the things that I want to make and talking about things I'm interested in and making videos that other people, aren't making, I guess. Like, it's like, if there's something that you want to see, but people aren't making it, and then it's like, well, try to make it yourself. And that's kind of what I do, I feel like. How long do you plan on streaming for tonight? Originally, it wasn't going to be too long. I would like to try to reach my super chat goal if possible, but it's probably not going to happen at this point. So I don't know. I'll let you guys know when I'm going to wrap it up, but I probably won't stream too long. Reading Frankenstein for the first time. The book has me hooked. Absolutely amazing. Awesome, man. That is one I should probably go back and read. I have a version of it. It's been re-released like 1,000 times. I mean, it's only like, what, a 200-year-old book or older. There's a lot of different versions of it. Hope you're having a good stream. Much love. Thank you. No matter how hard life gets, somehow find a way to keep going. Absolutely, absolutely. You always got to find what that reason is, no matter how minuscule it is, you know? Doesn't have to be a larger than life reason. It could literally just be like, hey, I want to have a hot dog tomorrow. I'm going to stay around for that. Hot dogs are good. Jill's outfit in RE1 was better than RE3, to be honest. Yeah, Jill in the first RE game, that's a vibe. That's a vibe, and I enjoy it. Yeah, Jill sandwich. I would like to be involved in a Jill sandwich. How that would work, I'm not exactly sure, but I think it'd be a fun time. Yeah, it struggles to put the U in YouTube, right? And that's what it was originally supposed to be. Like, isn't that the whole reason it's called YouTube? Because it was supposed to be about just people uploading anything that they wanted, you know? Whatever they were interested in. I'm always signed into YouTube, so I don't see it, but every once in a while I'll go, on somebody's TV or something, and like you go to YouTube and like they don't have an account and they're not signed in, and you look at the homepage. Like if you go to YouTube's homepage and you're not signed in and it's not showing you your recommended videos and it just shows you what YouTube itself is recommending, it is just like the same monotonous shit over and over again. It's just big old reaction faces, just the same typical, oh my God, like reacting to this, reacting to that, Mr. Beast this, Mr. Beast that, AI content here, more AI bullshit, fake AI trailer, just so much like garbage. It's like, that's not what YouTube used to be. Look, I'm not saying like my videos are amazing or anything, but I'm just saying like YouTube used to show you so much more variety of YouTube channels of people talking about things they were interested in, funny, unique personalities, people that were funny, people that had charisma, people that were just ranting and raving inside of their garages, like it used to just be like just people sharing shit. And now it's just the same junk everywhere. And then the shitty thing is like, those videos get so popular, drama videos, whatever, politics, yada, yada. And like, that's the stuff that gets so popular that everyone else tries to ride that train to try to get their videos popular. And so you just like perpetuate the same thing. And that's what YouTube is trying to do. And it's trying to do. And like, funnel its algorithm like that. And a lot of people are lost in the process, I tried, sometimes, because honestly, to be honest, I don't actually spend a lot of time on YouTube these days, but like I try sometimes to find channels with lower subscriber counts that are talking about interesting things. And there are some people that are making like really incredible videos. I wish I had like an example of one right now, but like I find them from time to time and I'll subscribe to them just because it's like, hey, they're doing something different. They're doing something creative. They're doing something that they're interested in. And it's just not the same old crap. Yeah, Mr. Beast looks hollow inside every thumbnail. Dude, the guy has like the emptiest eyes ever, man. There's just like nothing there. You know that scene in Halloween where Dr. Loomis is talking about, I met this child with this blank, pale, emotionless face and the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. That's how I feel. That's how I feel whenever I see a picture of Mr. Beast. I just hear Dr. Loomis in the back of my head, just being like, this just blank, pale, emotionless face. It's literally Mr. Beast. Thank you for the super chat, Mac Daddy Snuggles. Appreciate it, brother. Who is this handsome young stud showing up in my recommended videos? Well, it's not me because I'm definitely not young. Handsome is up for debate. I would say no, but everyone, everyone's into different things. I don't know. And if I'm in your recommended, that is awesome because to my knowledge, I'm never in anybody's recommended videos. So that would be dope. But thank you. I appreciate it. Most people are like Ada and Leon have more tension. I kind of see it, but I'm not that deep about them being a happy couple. Yeah, I feel like Ada is not she's not the long-term prospect, like I feel like Ada and Leon, they got their thing, and there is a lot of tension there. And RE6, they do have a moment together, but I ship Leon and Claire instead. I don't know. It just makes more sense to me for whatever reason. I think Ada is always going to be off doing her own thing. Like she's not a woman you can tie down, right? Well, you could probably she'd probably be into that in a different way. But like, I mean, she's not like, you can't set up a nice little home and family with Ada. She's always going to be off in some foreign country. She's always going to be doing some mission. She's always going to be like, not telling you the whole truth. Like she's doing her own thing, right? So I think long term, like maybe, they got their tension. I'm sure there's a fling, something that could happen there. But long term, we need to continue the Redfield bloodline. And I think Leon and Claire, they already had that kind of family unit with Sherry, in RE2. I'm just saying, like, it's just want them to kiss, man. Just want them to kiss. That's all. MD Negative, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate it, man. What is your definition of a successful video? What amount of views is considered successful? Well, it's on a scale, right? So like for my channel, like if you look at the average views that my videos get, I consider any video that makes over 5,000 views a success, in my opinion. That's not really successful in the terms of like YouTube algorithms or making any money. But when it comes to like the average view count of what my videos do, if I can get anything to surpass 5,000 views, I am happy with that because that's difficult for me to do. Now, the bigger videos, the long, in-depth ones, the retrospectives, the like hour-long videos, those tend to do better because YouTube pushes them more because they have a high watch time because they're longer videos. So it's funny to me because I've had a lot of people try to give me advice to make shorter content, but my best videos are all long content. Like the videos that are longer than an hour, that are like an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, those are all my best viewed videos, like highest viewed videos. So everyone's saying like, oh, you got to make short content or make YouTube shorts, yada, yada, yada. It's like, well, I'm sure that's good advice for some people. But if you look at my channel, my long videos do the best. So I kind of rank those on like a different scale, right? So like a regular video for me, if it gets more than 5,000 views, I consider that to be a success. For like the long form content and the retrospectives, on those, I'm hoping for and expecting like maybe we can get up to 20,000, 30,000. Like that would be a success for me for like those kind of videos. So like I said, it all kind of depends, like again, what I consider a success and what YouTube considers a success is very, very different. But that's kind of like my metric. That's kind of like my meter. It's like, okay, so most of my videos are not going to do well. Most of them suck. Most of them bomb. If I get past 5,000, I'm very, very happy about it. Long form videos, I'm really hoping they can get up to like the 20, 30, 40,000 range. And that's good. That's really, really good for me. And then some randomly decide to break the mold, and, you know, then you make a video about guts banging demon cheeks, and, you know, all of a sudden that gets 1 million views for whatever reason. And it's like one of the only videos that kept me afloat for like a year and a half. So, like, I don't know, you know, never can tell. Leon and Hun again? No. Uh, Leon is supposed to be with Claire to continue the Redfield bloodline. It hurts to see him let Chris down like this. Well, to be fair, Chris isn't putting in any work in that regard either. I mean, you know, he could at least like he could at least try. You know what I mean? Yeah, don't watch Ryan streams with your kids. Yeah, I would. I prefer that you didn't. If you really like Claire, it should be you with Claire, not Leon. Listen, if I was gonna look, if I had my pick of the litter of any of the Resident Evil girls, it's far and away Jill. Okay, Jill Valentine's number one. All right, she is best girl as far as I'm concerned. Claire is awesome, but like, you know, if I'm picking, if I get a chance, you know what I mean. Jill is up here. Jill's on another level. All right. Doctor Sleep is on Netflix. Should I watch it tonight? Have you seen it before? I mean, I would say yes. It's a great movie. It's pretty long though. I don't know how late it is where you are, but you might be up for a while. Recommendation is to start wearing mesh shirts like the guy from 50 First Dates does in your reviews. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm going on my winter arc right now, though, so I'm like, I'm going to try to bulk a little bit. So, you know, I don't want to, you know, start doing that until I lose a little bit of the chub. You know what I mean? Longtime fan coming in here. Respect the work ethic and wish you the best with your career. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. One of the goats. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. MD Negative again. Thank you, bro. How is your screenplay, man? Yeah, so I was talking about this earlier in the stream. So I've been working really hard to write a script, write a screenplay with the intention of hopefully making a film someday, if possible. You know, if I can get people on board or get people interested or whatever. And I feel like the only way to really do that is to have a solid foundation, to actually have like a story that I can show people and be like, hey, would you be interested in, you know, trying to help make this or trying to help finance this or whatever. You know, the case may be. So ever since I finished the Hellraiser video, I've been working really hard on writing this script, and I'm writing it with the intention of it being extremely low budget. So like, you know, it has a lot of dialogue. It's very dialogue driven. It's a lot of talking, takes place in like 4 different locations. And a lot of the, like action stuff or like horror stuff happens, towards the end with, I feel like, a way that we could probably do it. Like I could probably figure out how to actually do like the effects and stuff. So like, So I had the first draft written. I got that complete about a week ago. This week, I kind of went through it and I added some stuff, took some stuff out. I realized a few things about particular characters that I didn't quite have locked down before I started. So I added that and incorporated that in. So now I have like another version than the version I had last week that's about 5 pages longer with some changes and some differences. And I'm probably going to go through and read that again and change things again. And I'm probably going to rework it probably like 4 times before I'm actually to a point where I'm comfortable with giving it to somebody else to read. And I have about 3 or 4 people in mind right now that I'm going to send it to once I'm comfortable with it. Like once I've read through it enough times where I feel like it's where I want it to be. Then I'm going to send it to a couple of people that I really trust that I know will give me legitimate feedback. And they won't just say, oh yeah, it's good, bro. You know, they'll actually tell me what they like about it, what they don't like about it. And then I'll take all the feedback into consideration and think about it and then change it again, you know, rework it again if I feel like it needs it and everything. And then once I have that complete, you know, I will, I don't know what I'll do exactly, but my intention is just to try to find people that would be interested in it. And I wrote it in a way where you can take like particular pocket scenes out of it, and I could essentially make like a short film, like a proof of concept, like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a test version. So like, for instance, the first scene is kind of like this isolated pocket scene. So it's sort of like the first scene of Scream, you know how, it's not as good as that, but like, you know what I mean? Where how, you could watch the first scene of Scream with Drew Barrymore in the house, getting the phone calls and Ghostface attacking her. And then it ends right as the credits come up. If you just watch that in a pocket, that kind of works as like a short film. Like you could just watch that and it would be one experience, right? Without the rest of the movie. And so I wrote it in a way where I could take a scene and just film that scene. So if I could get 2 actors, location, and get what I need to do that scene, I could make like a 10 to 15 minute short film as like a proof of concept to show people and be like, here's a scene. So if you like this, you know, if you'd be interested in helping out or, you know, contributing to the budget or anything like that, you know, we could make a full version of this. Like this is just a little sample of what the whole movie could be. And then if that never happens, you know, at least I still have that short film and I could upload that on YouTube or whatever and just have that version. And then, you know, maybe, I don't know, try to get the script out there in some way, shape or form, or, you know, whatever I could end up doing with it. So, yeah. Essentially, I'm working hard on it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what will become of it, but I'm working hard on it. I'm excited for Godzilla -2. What is it? They released what the title's going to be, right? Didn't they say it was going to be Godzilla Zero? Or was it? What did they say it was going to be? I forgot now. It was like Godzilla Zero or something like that. Sorry, I lost it. What was it? Hope Hedora makes an appearance. Kaiju movie based on pollution, body horror would be dope. I'd be down for that. I made a video a while back where I talked about, you know, the 3 monsters I would want to see most in a Godzilla -1 sequel. And they go in this order. Number 1 would be Biollante, because it's like one of my favorite Godzilla movies of all time. And Biollante has only ever been in one Godzilla movie ever, which is a damn shame because it's such a cool monster. And I feel like there's enough, you know, quote unquote science to Biollante's creation that like it wouldn't be too weird to fit into the Godzilla -1 universe, you know, because it's a creation mixing Godzilla's cells with plant DNA, you know, with a human spirit or whatever. There's like a mystical component to it. So like, I feel like it could kind of fit in the Godzilla -1. We don't have to go too crazy. We don't have to create like a Mecha Godzilla or like aliens or anything like that. Like it's a biological experiment, you know, gone awry. So I feel like Biollante could work. And I think now technology is in a place where doing Biollante with like CGI effects and stuff could turn out to be really, really awesome. And Biollante deserves to come back because it's been like, you know, however long, like 36 years, you know? Anyway, so that's my top pick. My second pick is Anguirus, because Anguirus was the first monster that Godzilla ever fought, you know, in the first Godzilla sequel. And I feel like Godzilla Minus One is kind of the closest to a Godzilla remake that we ever got. So why not have the first monster be Anguirus? And also, you know, Anguirus doesn't get a lot of love. And I feel like that's a damn shame. You know, he doesn't get as much love as like Mothra or Ghidorah or Rodan. But, you know, Anguirus was there first. And again, I think technology has kind of caught up to the point where a CGI version of Anguirus, because one of his things is like he burrows underneath the ground and stuff, and they never really could quite do that back in the day with like the suitimation stuff. Like, you know, they would try a little bit, but now we could actually have like the creature burrowing into the ground and having these underground tunnels and stuff like that. And again, it's a very grounded monster. Like, it's not, you know, super fantastical or anything like that. It doesn't shoot any energy beams or do anything too crazy. So I feel like it could work. And then my third one is Hedorah, because like you said, dealing with the idea of pollution, mutation, like that sort of thing, I think Hedorah could work. And once again, whereas the technology in the 70s wasn't great to do a monster like Hedorah, I think now with the CGI technology we have, I think we could do Hedorah justice. So those are like my top 3 monsters I'd like to see. I'd also be okay with them just making a new monster. You know, sometimes I don't think that's done often enough, where we're constantly bringing back and redoing monsters from the past, which I love to see because obviously they're iconic, you know, but there's nothing wrong with doing a new monster either. What is your favorite film of this year? So far, my favorite movie of this year of 2025 so far is Bring Her Back. That's the movie that affected me the most. It was really, really dark, disturbing, good horror movie. I haven't watched another movie that's made me feel quite the way that that movie's made me feel. There are other movies I've watched that I think are like better made. But as far as like the experience of watching it and what resonated with me the most, I definitely Bring Her Back is still my number one. Other ones I'd put up pretty high. Del Toro's Frankenstein's pretty high for me right now. So is Sinners, The Long Walk, 28 Years Later. Those are all pretty high contenders for me this year. But I think nothing's surpassed Bring Her Back yet for me. Do you aspire to know about computers or even tech in general? Last year, after gaining a decent laptop and finishing Mr. Robot, good show, have just been headfirst into tech, and I highly encourage it. No, I'm pretty technologically illiterate, to be honest. Like, it's a miracle that I can even do YouTube and like figure out Streamlabs. I'm not good at that kind of stuff. I have a friend that isn't like into all that stuff, and I kind of defer to him whenever I need to figure stuff out. Like, I'll try to figure it out on my own. I'll Google it. I'll try to watch a tutorial video. I'll try to do it myself. But if I can't, I just call my friend that knows how to do all that stuff, and he helps me out. This whole PC, he helped me build it, and I had no idea what I was doing. He tried to train me. He did a very good job. But it was one of those things where, like, I learned a bunch of stuff, and then a week later, I forgot it all. Is your screenplay a horror film? Yes, it is, but I'm trying to do like an interesting approach to it. So I kind of explained it like this. Like, it's kind of like imagine if you're watching like a Richard Linklater movie, you know, like a Dazed and Confused or Before Sunrise or something, like a movie where it's just like a lot of characters hanging out and talking. So imagine it's like a Richard Linklater movie that all of a sudden turns into Evil Dead. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for, if that makes any sense at all. Probably not. Probably a terrible idea, but that's kind of what I'm going for. I'm trying really hard to make the characters very engaging and likable and give them all distinct personalities and stories. Like, I don't want to have stock cliche horror characters, even though I like that kind of stuff, you know, in like a fun, B movie kind of way. Like I like stock cliche characters and like the standard slasher tropes and stuff like that, but that's not what I'm trying to do with my movie. Like I'm trying to make it serious. I'm trying to take the material seriously, and I'm trying to have characters have very interesting conversations, and a lot of the story is about friendship, and it's about aging, and it's about people going down different paths and stuff like that. But then it's also got demon shit in it, and a lot of death and destruction. So like it's kind of like if you were watching a Richard Linklater movie, and then like halfway through it like it starts to turn into Evil Dead, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. You're a grown man. You shouldn't be shipping characters. It's just ruining them in a certain way. Respect the characters and the writings and such. I mean, I would say don't take it too seriously. Just having fun with the concept, bro. And then hope Critical Drinker doesn't see your film and start bad mouthing it. I mean, I don't care, man. I don't care about that kind of stuff, really. I mean, everyone's gonna have their own opinions about things. I just want to be able to do it. I want to be able to make it. Like that's kind of the thing. Like, obviously, I would prefer people to like it, right? But if it doesn't turn out good, it doesn't turn out good. But I think for me, it's more of the experience of getting to do it. Like putting my story out there, putting the voice out there, and just being able to say that I did it. I was telling my one friend, we were talking about it, and I was like, if this ever actually got to happen, I actually got to make this, like, I don't even care if this is like an obscure Tubi movie. You know what I mean? Because I love Tubi. I love finding bad horror movies on there. And it's like, I don't even care if I have to tell people to like go to the deepest recesses of Tubi to find it. Like, I just want to be able to do it. I just want to be able to say that I did it. And then trick question, would you go to Silent Hill or Raccoon City? I still don't know enough about Silent Hill, but I don't know if I'd want to go to Raccoon City either. Do I get to escape before the bomb goes off? I might be able to fend off some zombies. If you miss Toonami, you need to fall asleep. YouTube is crawling with Toonami re-uploads of 90s cartoon manufactured blocks, and I think you would love them and the creators. I've seen some of those actually. I haven't like directly looked up a channel that has them, but I've seen some of them come up on my feed, and it's pretty awesome. Like it's crazy to think that somebody actually took the time to record them back then, because back when they were airing, you never really thought. I mean, you did realize that you were kind of living through a special time, but at the same time, it's like, who would think to actually record the entire broadcast, from start to finish, other than just like recording your favorite show. So it's really cool that there are people out there that actually had, if they didn't have the foresight, they at least just had the desire to record the entire thing, and then upload them, all these years later, so that we get to enjoy it again. Because the whole thing was an experience, it wasn't just the shows themselves. It was the bumpers. It was the ads. It was Tom. It was the host. It was like the whole ordeal. Ryan, do you know how to fight? I remember you showed how to throw a proper punch in your Nightmare on Elm Street retrospective. I mean, I don't know. Yes and no. I mean, I would say that I don't really have a lot of experience in it within the last like several years. When I was younger, I did take martial arts classes. And I took them up until I was about like 19 or 20 years old, from like age like 14 to like 19, 20. So like during that time, yeah, it was like a mix of like Krav Maga and jiu-jitsu and stuff like that. But like, I didn't keep up with training and stuff like that in the future. So like, I'll go and I'll hit the heavy bag, and like I'll follow like, instructional workouts and stuff like that. But like, I don't have any actual like experience like sparring, other than like with my friends and shit. So like, Not really, I guess. I mean, also I'm very small. Like I'm very short, so like I'm aware of my limitations. There's probably not a lot of people that I actually could fight and win. I probably could do enough to like get away, but I'm not like confident in my abilities, if that makes any sense. So yeah, some training from the past and a lot of like boxing circuit workouts and stuff like that, but like not experienced in actual like matches or anything like that. Mac Daddy Snuggles, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, man. Thank you for the support. If you need a minor antagonist for the movie, Ryan, you can steal my character, the Eraser. Okay, he's a maniac who kidnaps people to forcibly remove their shitty tattoos. It takes several sessions. Damn. That's kind of like brutal and helpful at the same time, though. Like, okay, abducting you against your will, like definitely wrong. Like it's something it's bad. It's bad, right? That's bad. Could be worse, but it's bad. But then erasing your shitty tattoos is kind of doing you a favor in a way. A lot of people get tattoos, and they just kind of get it to get it, or like, they're too young to get one legally, so somebody does it in the back of a garage and they got this shitty tattoo on them for the rest of it. And it's just like, if you got a character called the Eraser that's taking people and getting rid of their shitty tattoos, it's sort of like a necessary evil, right? Like, the way he's going about it may be not the best, but the actions he's performing is true justice, So I respect that. I respect that. I feel like that would be a very complex character. He's got a lot going on. He's like Dexter, right? Like he's doing a bad thing, but he's doing a bad thing to bad people. So like he's doing a bad thing, but he's helping people, relieving them of their shitty tattoos. So I respect it. I respect it. It seems like everyone's saying the same thing. 2025 fucking blows. I mean, it does, but I really do think that every year past 2020 has sucked. Like, actually, kind of every year since 2012 has sucked, but especially since 2020. Would you ever think of giving health and diet tips? I mean, I could to a degree. I'm not like a fitness guru, but I've been working out consistently for like 10 years, and I've done a lot of diet changes and know what its effects are on my body, and have gotten a lot of advice from other people. So like to a degree, I probably could. Um, Open to hearing everyone else's what everyone else does, especially diet wise. You are a fellow struggler. I respect your word over the Roy tubers. Yeah, I mean, to a degree, I could. I mean, depending on what your question was or what you're trying to do, I could probably help out somewhat. He can be an anti-hero. He sounds like an anti-hero. I mean, from the description you gave, it doesn't sound like he's that bad of a person. It sounds like he's trying to do a righteous thing, but just going about it in a bad way. Coca-Cola or Pepsi? I'm more of a Coca-Cola guy, but I like cherry Coke. So I don't drink regular Coke. I have sugar-free cherry Coke, which I think is pretty good. Always get sugar-free. That's a diet tip. If you're gonna drink soda, probably shouldn't drink any at all. But if you're gonna drink some, get sugar-free. And the sugar-free cherry tastes pretty good. What do I think about the Judge Holden from Blood Meridian? I mean, just pure evil incarnate. From what I remember, when I read the book, I was curious if the judge was a supernatural entity, which it seems like most people believe that he is. I've seen a lot of people say that he's also like meant to be like the devil and shit, which I totally get. But I'd never read a Cormac McCarthy book before, and I didn't know if he did like the supernatural stuff because I felt like his books were way more grounded, especially with Blood Meridian being the way it is. Like a lot of the visceral violence in it, comes from the fact that a lot of this shit happened and like that, it was filled with a lot of horrible people that did horrible things. So like when I was reading it, and the judge was introduced, I was like, okay, if this was like a Stephen King novel, I would immediately think the judge is supernatural, just no question about it. But because I never really read Cormac McCarthy before, I didn't really know like where to filter the judge in my mind. I was like, is this just a dude? Because he seems like this. I envisioned him as like he looked like one of the fucking engineers from Prometheus in my mind, just not blue. You know what I mean? Like just this tall, bald, crazy motherfucker. But yeah, most people seem to agree that he is supernatural. So I just go with that explanation. Favorite beer? I don't really drink, and if I do, I usually don't drink beer. I usually drink like a whiskey or a rum or something like that. But I don't really drink like much at all, like anymore. Like other than like events or like New Year's or something like that, I don't really drink. But if I absolutely had to drink a beer, I am from the Northeast, so I'd probably go with a Yingling. Take care. Love your Jill, man. Thank you. Saw that you played Batman Arkham Asylum recently. I did, yeah. My goal was to play through all of the Arkham Batmans again because it's been a long time, and I've also never played Arkham Knight, which was like the last one. So I was going to play through all of them, but after I finished Asylum, instead I decided to play Doom. And then I got hooked on Doom. So now that's been my shit for a while. But I will get back to the Arkham games soon. Doom is so good. Oh my god, dude. Just like the intensity and adrenaline I feel playing Doom is on another level, as it should be. Um, maybe it's the fact that you're in hell. Maybe it's the fact that the demons are absolutely relentless. Maybe it's the fact that I can go up to a demon, grab it with my bare hands, and just rip it in half and just feel its blood splatter onto my face as like all of the testosterone in my body rises by several percentages. I don't know what it is, but Doom is awesome. And now I have to play all the Doom games. I played like the old ones back in the day, but this was the first time I played the new version. This was like the 2016 one. And yeah, so now I have to play the other two. Cherry Coke is goated. Wish I could find cherry vanilla anywhere. I had that like once, and you're right. Like I've never seen it again. I don't know if they discontinued it or not, but it's yeah, it's elusive. The Metro games have a very punishing morality system. You may donate to the poor and spare your enemies, but if you watch a stripper dance once or don't give a child a teddy, it's bad ending for you. That sounds terrible. I don't know. It does not sound as fun as Doom. The new Doom trilogy is fantastic. That is what I'm finding out, man. And it's not like it's not like big on story, you know what I mean? Like it's very straightforward, but like if you just want to go in and you just want to wreak some havoc and you want to get a BFG and just lay waste to hordes upon hordes of unrelenting demonic creatures that are trying to kill you while you're swarmed by them and you have no recourse other than to just rip them apart with your bare hands, then Doom is the game for you. And coincidentally, that's the kind of shit that makes me feel the most manly. So that's what I like. I'll probably wait till the other ones go on sale though, because I had the first one, and there's two more, but I'll try to pick them up when they drop down in price. It was the 2016 one, which Doom, yeah, the newer version. So like there's the older versions that I did play back in the day. I never played the 64 version. There's one for like there's like three original Doom games, and then there's like the N64, and there was like the reboot remake games, which is now there's three of them. I think that's all of them. So the newer one started I think in 2016. So I played the first one, but I have the other two to get to. Doom soundtrack is made by Nine Inch Nails, right? Haven't played it, just asking. I don't know, but I mean, that's what I have on in the background right now, and it just credits Mick Gorgon, so I don't know on that one. Doom soundtrack is fire though. Fair. Everybody in the Northeast speaks highly of Yingling. Yeah, it's a local thing. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of there are people here that don't like it, but I feel like a majority of people do. But then again, like I said, I'm not a beer person, so I don't drink very often. But if I had to pick a beer, I'd probably go with Yingling. When people say masculinity in games is dead, I point towards the Doom games. Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude. If there's anything that makes you feel like you're, a warrior conquering, the world, yeah, it's definitely Doom. They do a great thing by not having anything about the character that you are. It's just like it's first person, and like you don't really learn anything about the Doom guy. He just goes in and does his thing. Krusky says, rip and tear. Absolutely. Also moved into a new house today. Congratulations, man. And your little baby girl comes next Friday. Dude, that is awesome. That is like a 1-2 punch of a life change. You moved into a new house and you have a new baby coming next Friday. That is insane. So I wish the best for you, my friend. That's got to be some serious whiplash in life, but all for the best, I'm sure. Let's see, it's been a constant struggle in recent months. Feels like nothing is going to change or get any better. Any advice for dealing with those kind of thoughts? I mean, without knowing your situation, I mean, I guess I will say this is that things do change over time, but you have to make the change, most of the time. A lot of times in life, we're hoping and waiting and wishing and wanting for something to change, but what really needs to change is what we do, like what our choices are, what we decide to do on a day-to-day basis. Like we make the change happen by the choices that we make, right? So just focus on progress in any way, shape, or form, whatever that looks like, whatever you're trying to do, whatever you're trying to make, whatever you're trying to accomplish. Focus on small goals, little victories, things that you say you're going to do, and that accomplish that you live up to what you say. You're like, I'm going to get this done. I'm going to accomplish this. I'm going to finish this by the end of the week. I'm going to do this on Monday, yada, yada, and just make sure that you do it, cross it off, say that you did it. And little things like that will slowly progress over time into change. Again, that's very generic, not knowing anything that's going on or anything. There are like deeper issues that, that probably doesn't apply to, but in a general sense, I would just say, try to focus on progress, try to focus on making the best choices that you possibly can. And know that change is going to come from you. Like, change won't necessarily come from the external. I mean, things will change in life, that, that's inevitable. There's things you can't control, but focus on the things that you can control. And what you can control is what you do and what choices you make. Your mindset, takes time, takes practice, but just work on it one day at a time. You know what I mean? Focus on making the best possible choices that you can make for you on a daily basis, working towards getting something to change. You learn more about Doom Guy in Eternal and Dark Ages. I'm excited for it, man. I'm excited for it. I'm going to wait till they come down in price, but I'll grab them. Thank you for all your awesome content, Ryan. You're the only YouTuber I'll watch or listen to when every new chapter comes out. Awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know that Doom Guy had a pet bunny? Oh, man. Did I miss that? I might have missed that. It makes sense, though. It checks out. Yingling is finally in the Midwest. Is it really? Interesting. I remember when I lived in I lived in Colorado, and they're all about like PBR out there. It's just like they're like, what the fuck is Yingling? What is that? Yeah, talking a different language. That was many years ago now. That seems weird to think about. It was like 10 years ago I lived in Colorado. Feels like maybe 3 years ago, but no, it was 10. Have you played The Witcher? A little bit, not all the way through. Actually, ironically enough, when I was in Colorado, I had a roommate that was playing through the Witcher series, and so I played a bit of it, with him, or like, on his console and stuff. But I never played it like from start to finish. Any Hunter x Hunter updates? Come to your channel for that. Nothing that I mean, other than like Tagashi has been tweeting, progress on chapters and stuff. And I don't have any updates. I don't know any updates of like when the next batch of chapters is going to come out. It seems to be that he releases 10 chapters at a time. 10 weeks in a row in different intervals, but I don't know when. I just know that he's been posting a lot of updates on his Twitter page about him working on it. So I would assume in the near future. And it, the other volume drops, I forget, it probably already came out in Japan, but it comes out in English over here, I think early next year. A lot of times they have the chapters drop to like help promote the previous volume, but I guess if it already came out in Japan, that's not going to be the case. But I was just thinking maybe, thinking out loud, I was like, oh, maybe it'll come out around that time, but probably not now. What do you value most in film? Because for some movies, plot doesn't matter as much. I have always been a supporter of somebody that says, like, I prefer character over plot. To me, that matters the most. I think that if you give me a good engaging character that I can understand. I don't even have to agree with them. I don't have to agree with their mindset or their philosophy or their choices. I just have to understand them. If you give me a good, interesting character, I can pretty much watch them do anything. Like, there are so many great plot lines out there that I enjoy and respect and appreciate, but it's all about the journey of the character for me. I want to see a progression. I want to see the person at the end of the movie be a different person than who they were at the beginning. You know, I want to see an arc, and I want to see them pushed to their limits. You know, I want to see them challenged. I'm all about character. So for me, those are the kind of things that I gravitate to the most, you know. Like, what's an example? Like, I don't know, Taxi Driver, right? Like, it's all about the character of Travis Bickle. It's not so much about the plot or the story. Like, yeah, there's a plot going on. There's stuff he's trying to do, but like, it's about him. It's about his life, his experience. Like, I always like that kind of stuff more than anything else, where I can really get to understand a character. But what I notice, and I'm not saying there's like a right or wrong way to look at it, but what I notice is that, you know, a lot of people don't like that, or at least I've seen a lot of people not like that. Like, for instance, when you take episodes of a TV show that kind of like let things simmer down for a little while, and maybe the plot doesn't necessarily progress that much, but we learn a lot, excuse me, about the characters themselves. Those are usually some of my favorite episodes. I think like my litmus test for this is the episode Fly from Breaking Bad, because that is like an episode that people notoriously don't like because the plot doesn't progress, but it's an extremely important episode if you are a fan of character work and character dynamics, because there is so much going on between Walt and Jesse in that episode. Things that are happening, that Walt is confessing, things that, you know, are being revealed about both of them, that are really important and add like a lot of context and a lot of layers to who they are as people. But so many people hate that episode because it's like nothing happens. They're just in the lab the whole episode. Like, they're just trying to catch a fly. Like, the episode is not actually about them trying to catch a fly. The episode is about them being isolated, Walt realizing that this is going to be the rest of his life, that he's lived too long, that he was hoping to die before this, that he's locked in to a world that he never thought he would be in, that all of his lies are piling up, that he can't handle the stress of it anymore. He's going off the deep end inside of his own mind. He doesn't see a future of how this pans out. Like, there's so many things going on in Walt's mind in that episode. Also, like the almost reveal of him talking about Jane and what happened, and it's just like there's so much happening, right? But it's all character-based stuff. But so many people hate that episode because they're just waiting for the next like big intense moment to happen. And I don't know, it's one of my favorite episodes because I get to see so much of like what's going on inside their heads. Just like I was talking about Richard Linklater movies earlier, like movies like the Before trilogy, Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, Dazed and Confused, Boyhood, you know, movies like that where it's just about characters in their life experiencing something. Like, there's not really, like, Dazed and Confused doesn't have a plot, really. It's just about a bunch of characters hanging out on the last day of school. But, like, you learn so much about them. You get into their lives. You understand them, you know? It's like, it's not really about the plot. There's a game theory that said Link and Doom Guy are the same person. Okay. All right, I'm down for that. Yeah, character in their internal conflict. Yeah, that's always my favorite thing. How many films are about terrible people? Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things I love about storytelling too, is seeing different perspectives. Like, it's one of those things where you can kind of like live vicariously through other people for a little while and see things through their eyes. Like, I don't need to, like, my my personal core values do not need to align whatsoever with characters that I'm watching. Like, I don't need to relate to them on that level. I only need to relate to them as a human being. You know, I only need to relate to them in the fact that they are going through some kind of struggle and trying to figure out a way to solve it. You know, or overcome it, or succumbing to it, you know. That's the kind of thing I'm more gravitated to than anything else. Uh, Parrots always look so depressed whenever I see them in the pet store. So sad. They're intelligent birds that don't belong in cages. I mean, yeah. I mean, I respect that. Respect that. There's also films I guess you would call artsy, where it's more about the experience and feelings that it gives you, like 2001 or David Lynch films. Yes, absolutely, and those are definitely valid as well. It depends on the film. Like, some of them, there are some movies I've seen that have gone for like the totally artsy approach that do not work for me. But those examples, like 2001: A Space Odyssey, I love that movie. I love that film. I can get just drawn into the visuals of it alone. Like, I could put that movie on mute and watch it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just very captivating. But 2001 also, it gives you a lot of questions. You know, it gives you a lot of things to think about, you know, the progression of humanity and where we may end up, and, you know, the reasons for it all, right? So, like, there's that. Also, yeah, like Clockwork Orange, another Kubrick movie, is very like artsy. Eraserhead, you know. uh what's one, Nicholas Winding Refn, the guy that made Drive. He also made a couple of movies that are like that, like The Neon Demon, or Only God Forgives, where it's like very, like, it's very much just like the visuals giving you a feeling, giving you an experience to kind of like wonder what the movie's actually about, instead of characters talking and conversing and telling you what the storyline is. You kind of just go with images on the screen and piece it together yourself. Super chat from Devious Minds. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Says, have you read Crossed by Garth Ennis? I have not, unfortunately. I try to give super chats really good, detailed answers for people that send in, but I have not read that, so I can't comment on it, unfortunately. If you want to, give me like a little synopsis or something like that in the chat as well, that I'll consider. But no, I haven't. I have not read that. Favorite movie, Mad Scientist. Personally, mine are Dr. Serizawa and Seth Brundle from The Fly. Ooh, you know, I never really thought of Dr. Serizawa as a mad scientist. I mean, I guess that he fits the mold. I just, it wouldn't have come to mind. Like, if you count him, then yeah, he's probably my favorite. But I'd never, like, I just didn't think of him as a mad scientist, you know? Obviously, the go-tos are, like, the original Frankenstein, the 1931 version, and also Dr. Pretorius as well from Bride of Frankenstein, and then Herbert West from Reanimator. I think those are kind of the go-tos. I actually had an idea about a movie with a mad scientist in it. It would be a throwback too. It would feel very like old school, Universal style. Have you ever smoked weed? Yes, I have. I do not anymore. I probably have not smoked weed in like several years at this point. But yeah, there was a time that I did. But I was never into it like it's something that I would do like casually, or like if a friend, like if a particular friend came over, you know what I mean? It wasn't something that I did regularly. I was never like a weed person. Like I couldn't, like I was never a person that needed to do it, and I was never a person that like could tell you, oh yeah, this strain and that strain and this strain and yada yada yada. I was never that guy. I was kind of like the every once in a while recreationally, usually with a friend kind of thing, but I never got into it like that deeply, you know what I mean? And now I haven't smoked any weed in like years and years. And I have like zero interest in ever doing it again, to be honest. Do you need to watch Breaking Bad to understand Better Call Saul? That's a difficult question to answer because it's kind of like yes and no. So like the problem becomes the last 4 episodes of Better Call Saul take place after Breaking Bad. So if you did want to watch Better Call Saul first, I think that you could, although there's a lot of things in it that are like referencing things from Breaking Bad, that you wouldn't have context for. So like when particular characters show up or you realize how some of the dots are connected, so like there's several revelations that you would get in Better Call Saul that are not going to land if you haven't seen Breaking Bad yet. Like it's not going to ruin the show. It's not going to make it so that you can't understand the show, but there's going to be several moments where something impactful happens and you're like, oh, that's how it relates to Breaking Bad. But if you haven't seen Breaking Bad, you're not going to have those like, oh shit kind of moments, And then also you wouldn't be able to watch the last 4 episodes of Better Call Saul unless you're okay with getting spoiled for Breaking Bad, because they talk about character deaths, they talk about things that happen, they talk about significant plot points. So you would have to stop watching Better Call Saul at the episode Fun and Games, and then return to it after finishing Breaking Bad if you didn't want spoilers. So it's kind of a hard, it's kind of a hard question to answer. So like it's possible, but you'd have to make some adjustments, Super chat from John Smith. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. I think I'm going to read DBZ until end of Frieza. Interesting. Is that like where your preferred stopping point is? I've heard people say that. Like some people say the end of the Frieza saga would have been the perfect ending, or some people say the end of the Cell saga would have been. I'm a little bit in the camp of thinking that like the ending of Cell would have been a better ending in a way. But there is a lot of stuff in the Boo arc that I like. So, I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. Because there's a lot of stuff in the Boo arc that I think is kind of like, eh. But then there's a lot of stuff like the Majin Vegeta and like other things like that I really love. So it's difficult to say. But I think the idea of like Goku dying and staying dead and then passing the mantle to Gohan is a really good ending of the series. Like instead of having Goku come back to life at the last minute. Like I'd rather him pass on and like pass the torch to Gohan, and that be like it's just there's something very poetic about that. Also, Cell is like this creation that is kind of like all of the Z fighters together. Like he's got all their abilities, he's got all their DNA, so it's sort of like the final boss is the thing that represents everybody, in a way. I don't know, but whatever. I also like I really like the Majin Buu and Mr. Satan friendship. That's kind of my favorite part of it. Like besides Majin Vegeta, that's probably my favorite part of the Boo saga. Clockwork Orange is a great first date movie. I mean, it'll weed out the weak ones. That's for sure. It'll get rid of the unworthy, She doesn't appreciate it. I think a good first date is to show her every single film bro movie you have. So like show her Clockwork Orange, followed by American Psycho, followed by Drive, followed by I don't know, a Fight Club, all of the film bro movies. Show her all of them in a row. And then see if she stays. That's the real test. And if she does, she's the one. Always wanted to see a movie about Chester, Chris, Lane Stanley, Trent Reznor, all in one. It would be great. Interesting. So like a biopic, but it's like an anthology and it shows different musicians throughout it. Interesting approach. I wouldn't be opposed. I'm not big on biopics, but that's an interesting way to do it. Wasn't the OG Invisible Man a mad scientist? Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a really good one. The Invisible Man. Holy shit. He's great. He just fucks with people, man. That's actually, okay, you're right. Yeah, that's actually probably one of the best mad scientists is the original Invisible Man. Because he is literally mad. And he murders more people than anybody else in any of the, like more than Dracula, more than Frankenstein, more than the creature from the Black Lagoon. Like Invisible Man kills more people in one movie than all the other Universal monsters do in like their entire run. Good stuff. Yeah, I always say Breaking Bad before Better Call Saul. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think that that's like the way to watch it. Like, that's the way it was intended. What do you think about the Hellraiser Revival gameplay trailer? I mean, I think it looks awesome. I think that trailer alone, to me, is better than 90% of the Hellraiser sequels already. And we only have a minute of gameplay to go on. So, like, I'm on board. I'm ready for it. Yeah, the Boo arc is the weakest arc in DBZ. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's just, it's all over the place. Like, it's the, I mean, a lot of like Toriyama is him writing, just as he goes along. But the Boo arc is the one where you feel the most that he had no idea what he was going to do next. Like everything feels so random. There's so many ass pulls. There's things that are set up that are never paid off. It just, the Boo arc is the arc that just feels like I'm just going to write whatever the fuck comes out and like progress be damned. Oh, what happened to your thumb? Oh, yeah, it was bleeding earlier. It's not bleeding anymore, but it's got like it's all like, yeah, yeah. It's all like dried blood. They're doing a Beatles biopic, one movie for each member. Man, I mean, I don't know if this is controversial in 2025, but I think the Beatles are like the most overrated band of all time. I just don't. I don't know. I mean, I get it's a different era. I respect like they're a band that I respect for progressing the genre of rock, but like I don't like any Beatles song. I just don't. I don't know. Just not a fan. Not a fan of the Beatles. Have you ever seen Dexter before? Not I mean, kind of, but not really. I'm gonna say no because I watched some episodes of it when it was coming out the first time, like when it was newer. But I never kept up with it, and I never really watched it past then. And now it's been so many years that like I barely remember it. But I did start watching. So right now, I am watching the show Severance because just to watch Pluribus, I got Apple Plus. That I'm gonna. I figured, okay, so Pluribus is coming out, and then the Monarch season 2 is in like January or February. So I figured, whatever. I'll get it for like 3 months, and then I'll delete the subscription. But while I have it, I may as well see what shows are on there to watch. And I remember that Severance was on there, and people were talking about that and praising that a lot. So I started watching Severance, And so far, I love it. Severance is awesome. I highly recommend it. It sucks that it's only on Apple Plus, so watch it wherever you watch things. Watch it. I am hooked. I'm on season 2 right now. There's 2 seasons so far, but I'm all about it. I don't even know how to really explain it because there's so much going on. But essentially, it's this world where like there's this giant mega corporation and there's people that work for it, but there's a procedure called the severance where they basically split your mind in two. So like you go into work and you have a separate like blank personality take over, and that version of you is at work. And then when you leave work, your personality reverts back to who you actually are. So like your outside self and your work self have no communication and like don't know anything about each other. So essentially there's like the 4 main characters essentially have dual personalities that exist inside work and outside work. And like the corporation they're working for is like this, I don't even know what they're up to. It's not revealed yet as far as like that I've gone, but like they're doing some really shady shit and manipulating people and using them to do these like terrible tasks and stuff. And the people inside, like their work version, start to become conscious about how fucked up the corporation is. They try to escape. They can't escape. They can't communicate with their other selves. They're locked in a building. Like their entire existence is just inside of this building and they can't leave. They've never seen the outside. They don't know anything about themselves outside of work. And so like they start to team up to try to figure out a way out. And there's like all these conspiracies happening. Like it's just, I don't know. It's just a really crazy show, but I'm a fan of it. I'm definitely hooked on it right now, and I'm excited to watch the rest of it. Super chat, Elenia, thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey Ryan, why the late stream? Also, what do you want from the Hellraiser game? I was gonna stream earlier. I just I got busy and I just wasn't able to stream until later. What do I want from the Hellraiser game? You know what I want from it is good Hellraiser content because we have so little of that. That's basically it. That's the long and short of it. Like, I just want it to be good because like there are so many bad Hellraiser movies that like if we could just get a video game where I think that just like Nightmare on Elm Street, I think Hellraiser would really thrive in the world of video games because there's so much you can do with the concept. Just have a character trapped in hell trying to escape. You got to fight your way through. You encounter Cenobites, you encounter strange, barbaric locations, pain and pleasure merged together. Like whatever the plot line is, at least it has something to do with Hellraiser. There's so many Hellraiser movies that have jack shit to do with Hellraiser and they just throw Pinhead in the last 5 minutes. What I want from the game is to just get a Hellraiser experience that's actually good. That's what I want. It doesn't even need to be great. It doesn't need to be as good as like fucking Alien Isolation or any other shit like that. It just needs to be good enough. It just needs to be good and I'll be happy. What's the weirdest film you've seen? Oh, that's hard to answer. I've seen so many weird movies. I mean, God, I don't know. Like, the first things that come to mind when you say weird movie is I think of House from it's like a Japanese horror movie from the 70s. That movie's weird. A lot of Japanese movies are weird. You ever see the movie Machine Girl? That's a weird movie. Ichi the Killer? That's a weird movie. I think of shit like that. There's a movie, it's a weird movie. There's a movie called Rubber that is about a tire, like a tire you would put on a car that is sentient and telepathic, and it's going around blowing people up. And also in the movie, the characters in the movie realize that they are in a movie. That's all happens in the movie Rubber. That's a weird movie. What else is springing to mind? There's a movie called Hard Rock Zombies about this 80s rock band that comes back to life by zombies, but they fight Adolf Hitler. So there's that. That's a weird movie. Poultrygeist, Night of the Chicken Dead. That's a weird movie. It's a trauma movie about a fast food restaurant that is built on top of an ancient Indian burial ground where all the food turns people into zombie chickens. And also it's a musical. So that's a weird movie. So like those are like the ones that come to mind, like the first ones that pop into my head. But I'm sure there's many more. There's many weird movies out there. What's God, what's another one? There's one called what's it called? It's Basket Case. Basket Case is a weird movie. A guy has his like severed, he was a conjoined twin, but his twin got cut off and is still alive, and he keeps his twin inside of a basket, and his twin, helps him kill people. So there's that. That's a weird movie. um yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Severance is great. Yeah, Severance is really good. Really good. Definitely recommend it. Love your retrospectives, bro. Please keep them up. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. More in the future, for sure. Did you see episode 4 of Pluribus? Yes, my review will be out tomorrow. I am loving the show. Yeah, Pluribus is really good so far. Oh, Pink Flamingos is weird. Yeah, Pink Flamingos is weird. I will never watch it again though. Like not the least of which is because there's animal cruelty in it, but also it's just a gross movie. I just have no interest in watching that ever again. Tusk. Yeah, Tusk is weird. Tusk is definitely weird. A guy gets mutilated and turned into a walrus. That's a weird movie. Oh yeah, Ichi the Killer is good. Yeah, I love Ichi the Killer. That's a classic, man. Twin Peaks. I still haven't seen Twin Peaks. Yeah, my David Lynch knowledge is embarrassingly low. I have not seen a lot of David Lynch movies, and I need to fix that. I know at some point I will sit down and I will like try to watch through his filmography, because honestly, I think I've only ever seen like 2 or 3 David Lynch movies. I'm embarrassed to say so, but I am not well versed in David Lynch, and I would like to be. I would like to watch more of his stuff. You might like Silo. I don't know if I know Silo. Being John Malkovich. Yeah, it's a weird movie. It's good from what I remember. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I wanted to tell you about this canceled Godzilla script I heard from a video called Bride of Godzilla, where a man creates a gigantic robot woman who fights Godzilla via seduction. Interesting. I know there was a Godzilla movie where Godzilla was turned into like a spaceship or something that got canceled, and then there's that famous one of like Godzilla versus it's like a Wolfman or something. Yeah, there's some weird unmade Godzilla movies out there. But what's even weirder is some of the Godzilla movies that did get made, like Hedorah or Godzilla's Revenge. Silo. It's an Apple Plus show, a little like Fallout, but oops, only vaults. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to check it out. I'm trying to make my way through a lot of these shows. It's harder for me to get into TV shows than it is for movies, but once I get hooked, like I'm in. I tried to watch The Wire, but I couldn't get into it the way I wanted to. I feel like it just wasn't necessarily for me, because that's another one that everyone talks up, like on the same level as like Breaking Bad, Sopranos. Everyone says The Wire, so I was really excited to watch The Wire. I got to the end of season 1 and I just wasn't vibing with it. Like I just didn't really get into any of the characters. It felt very like procedural, which is not necessarily the type of vibe that I'm most connected to. Like it felt very much like we were watching cops do their job, where I get a little bit more attached to like the interpersonal relationships between characters, not so much like just the procedural of them doing what they do for a living. I'm sure there's more to The Wire than that. I'm probably not. I probably haven't watched enough of it to like understand it. But season 1 was just rough for me. I just couldn't get into it the way I wanted to. Do you like Terrifier 2? Yes, I do. Actually, Terrifier 2 is still my favorite Terrifier movie. I like 3 a lot, but 2 is the best. Godzilla vs. the Wolfman would have been hype. There is footage online. Yeah, I've seen some stuff from it. I think when I do my big Godzilla video, I'll research a lot of that and probably be able to give you more in-depth of an opinion. You should watch Andor. Basically have no interest in Star Wars anymore, but Andor was incredible. See, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I've fallen out of love with Star Wars. Not like the originals. Like, I still love the original trilogy, and I do have a lot of fondness for the prequels. But anything after that, I can kind of take or leave. I've heard a lot of good things about Andor, so like, I mean, I would be willing to check it out, I guess. I probably have a lot of shows ahead of that I would check out first, just being honest. But yeah, a lot of Star Wars has kind of just worn out its welcome with me. Like the sequel trilogies really let me down in a big way. I watched the first season of Mandalorian. I liked it, but then I kind of fell off of that. The Obi-Wan show I pretty much just watched because Ewan McGregor was back and I just wanted to see him again. But all the other shows I just haven't watched. I just haven't watched them. And I'm probably not going to watch any of the newer movies or anything like that from this point on. But I do hear a lot of people praise Andor though. That seems to be the one that most people agree with, is kind of the best. Saying Twin Peaks is weird is like saying water is wet. I know. I need to watch Twin Peaks too. Like, there's so much David Lynch I've never seen. Like I said, I'm kind of embarrassed to say it, but it's true. Like, I just never really got into his filmography. Not because I disliked him. It just is this, everyone has gaps of things that they like that they just never got around to getting into. And David Lynch is one of those for me. I've only seen a couple of his movies. Like, I really love Eraserhead. I watched that for the first time when I was like a teenager, and fell in love with it. So like, I love Eraserhead. I like his Dune movie, the original Dune movie. I love a lot, but I haven't seen like Blue Velvet. I've never seen. What's his other famous one that he's made? Like there's so many movies of his that I've just never seen, and it's just like, it's just a big gap of like film knowledge for me that I don't have. You probably like From, if you didn't start it. Yeah, From is on my list. That is one I want to watch. Oh yeah, Mulholland Drive. Yeah, that's the other like famous one. I haven't seen that either. Yeah, Lynch is one of those guys. I watched all of his works that really impacted me. Definitely watch Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive. Those are his two best. Those are the ones I hear praised a lot. Some people do put Eraserhead as his best also, I've seen, but which that one I do like a lot. So yeah, I think when I get around to it, I'll probably start with one of those. What is your ultimate comfort movie that you turn on and makes you feel better? Oh man, I have a lot actually. I'll build up to my real answer, but I have several that I would probably answer with that. My comfort movies, I would say one is Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead is a movie that means a lot to me. I watched it at the perfect time. I think it's hilarious. technically my favorite zombie movie. But I just love the characters. I love the friendship between Sean and Ed. I think the movie's hysterical. Like, oh, he's got an arm off, get him. You know, like there's so many things in that movie I love. Shaun the Dead always puts a smile on my face. So that's definitely one of them. I would say the original Jurassic Park is definitely a comfort movie too. Like that's a movie that I'll always enjoy no matter what. Same thing with like Terminator 2, just a comfort movie I'll always enjoy. But I would say my ultimate comfort movie is plural. It's comfort movies. And it would pretty much be almost any Godzilla movie from the Showa era, from the first run of Godzilla movies, because Godzilla is something that's really near and dear to my heart in general, but specifically the early Godzilla movies are what I watched when I was a little kid. Like I specifically remember watching Godzilla when I was like 5 years old, like a little kid, falling in love with Godzilla. And I would watch, you know, Godzilla vs. King Kong, Godzilla vs. Monster Zero, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, all of those films over and over and over again. Like I wore out the VHS tapes. I watched them so much when I was a kid, and I can throw any of those old Godzilla movies on, you know, whether it's Godzilla vs. Mothra, Ghidorah, any of those films. And it just like, there's an atmosphere to those movies that brings me such comfort. I don't know what it is. It's like, it's the music, you know, the Akira Ifukube music. There's that. There's just the feeling of like the old school special effects with the guys in suits. It just works for me. There's something about like the sets of like, you know, the desert landscape and like the ocean, the way that they shoot the ocean. And like, there's just something about the vibe, the feeling of the old school Godzilla movies that just not only takes me back to childhood, but just like, there's like a sense of like, I don't know the right word for it. Like, it's like a sense of magic, a sense of whimsy. Like there's just something like pure. There's like, even though it's about a giant destructive creature that is from the ashes of the remnants of the atomic bomb, terrible things, but there's like an innocent like pureness to those old school Godzilla movies that I just absolutely love. And so like, if I ever need to watch a comfort movie or be taken back to my childhood, I always watch an old Godzilla movie. Psychedelic Tripper, I got scared AF from is Midsommar. Oh yeah. I don't know if you've seen that one, bro, but holy shit. Yeah, no, I love Midsommar. Actually, you know what? I love Ari Aster as a director because I have now watched all of his movies and I like all of them. So I loved Hereditary. That's still my favorite. That's the top of the top. I loved Midsommar. A lot of people hated it. I loved it. I watched Beau is Afraid. It's my least favorite of his, but I enjoyed it for just the absurdity of it. Yeah, it's fine. I enjoyed it. And then I just watched this last weekend, I watched Eddington, which is a massive departure. Like, it's more serious. It's more grounded, takes place in this small little town during the pandemic. But it's really good. And I heard a lot of people talk shit about it and not like it, but I liked it a lot. It's actually probably going to be one of my like favorite movies of the year. So, you know, I'm all on board with Ari Aster. Like, some people say that he's overrated. They say that he's style over substance. They say that he had one hit in Hereditary and the rest of his movies suck. But as of right now, with the 4 movies he's made, I like all of them. So I don't know what that says about me or the kind of movies I like, but I'm totally on board for more of his batshit crazy movies. So bring it on. More Midsommar, more Beau is Afraid, more Hereditary, you know, like just give me more of that, you know. I don't care. Red, blue, pink, who cares? Just give me more of that. I loved it. Mac Daddy, thank you very much once again, Mac Daddy. Appreciate it. Are there any filmmakers / directors you think are overrated? Mine would be Spielberg and James Cameron. Ooh, hot takes. Spielberg and Cameron. I would say for me, I kind of think that the Coen brothers are a little overrated. They've made a lot of movies that I like. Like, I love No Country for Old Men. Like, without question, that's a 10 out of 10 film. I like Raising Arizona as a comedy. I think it's really funny. Big Lebowski, I think, is really funny. But most of their that's the thing for me with the Coen brothers, is that they have standout movies I love. You know, No Country, Raising Arizona, Big Lebowski. I love those movies. But like their overall body of work, most of their movies I don't like, and I think they're just kind of meh. I think they're just kind of like okay. What's that movie? The Hail Caesar they did or whatever. I thought that movie was kind of crap. A Serious Man. I thought that movie was like nothing, you know, to me. Like, I don't know. That didn't do anything for me. Some of the other stuff they've made too, like I don't know. Like a lot of their movies just don't work for me for whatever reason. I can't really put my finger on why. Maybe I just don't vibe with their type of humor other than Big Lebowski. But like, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work for me. So they're probably like the biggest, like critically acclaimed directors that I just am not really like a big fan of. I still think they're like I think they're talented. Like I think they're good at what they do, but they're just not for me. You know what I mean? What's another director that I think is overrated? Trying to think. Because I mostly just focus on directors that I like, you know. Those are the Coen brothers are the first ones that come to mind. There's probably a lot more. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. I mean, I might be willing to say Cameron after Titanic. Like everything up until Titanic I love, but I'm not big on the Avatar stuff, and that seems to be all he wants to do for the rest of his life. And he also he's also okay with AI, which seems crazy to me, but he's always been like that kind of guy, like looking forward to the next like technological advancement, but I don't think AI has any place in the arts. So he kind of let me down with that comment, you know? But you know, Terminator 2, Aliens, all that stuff I love. So I'm trying to think if there's another director I feel like is overrated. Nothing's coming to my head. Like nothing's coming to mind. Maybe if anybody has an example or like a director they think is overrated, put it in the chat. Maybe it'll kind of like get my thoughts moving. Glad you enjoyed Eddington. My favorite of his. Still need to watch Beau is Afraid. Beau is Afraid is like I don't think I could ever recommend that movie to anybody. That's a weird movie, by the way. We're talking about weird movies. That might take the cake. I don't like. I enjoyed it enough, but holy shit, that movie is a fever dream of just pure ridiculousness. Like, I take it, I'm not going to spoil the movie, but like, I take it that movie, the entire thing is from the perspective of Beau, who literally is paranoid about absolutely everything. And so everything is terrifying. Everything is dangerous. Everything is absurd. Everything is like about his sexual repression and like the abuse from his mother. So like everything in that movie is so warped and strange that like it's not a movie I feel like I can recommend. Eddington was a tough watch because it just put you right back in 2020. Yeah, true. I mean, some people have said that it was too soon, but I mean, hey, is anything too soon sometimes? Like, you know, it's like, why dance around it, right? Like, why don't we address it? And to be fair, to the movie's credit, I really do think it is more about Joaquin Phoenix, his character, more than it's about 2020. Like, the movie takes place during the middle of the pandemic in a very small town. So like it plays a huge role in the story. And then you also have like the political activists and stuff like that. And so maybe it's a little too real. Maybe it hits a little too close to home. But at the same time, like, you know, this is something that we all dealt with, that we all went through. So, you know, to address it in a film, I don't really think is too strange. You know, it's like, I feel like most people just try to ignore it, which, to be fair, I kind of do also in my day-to-day life. But like, if we're going to make a movie about that era, I mean, I think that it tackles it well. I think it tackles it well. Um, when, who slash what got you inspired to make YouTube videos? I feel like it's always been something I've kind of done. So the weird thing is like I've always wanted to create content. Like I've always wanted to create movies and tell stories and stuff like that. So ever since I was a little kid, the second my parents got like a camcorder, I was recording stuff. You know, I would film little movies and I would, you know, film my action figures and I would just like record things and film things. I always made, you know, short movies with my friends, short films with my friends all throughout high school. I was writing scripts and filming stuff and trying to make movies and trying to get people interested in making movies. And ever since YouTube was a thing, you know, I always had like little channels here or there where I would upload skits or just videos, whatever. So like, I feel like when it comes to YouTube, it's just kind of like a natural progression of things I've been interested in my whole life, you know, like talking about stories, making stories, analyzing stories, that sort of thing. So, I would say there were definitely channels that like I looked at and I was like, hey, you know, they're kind of doing the same thing that I do, but they're uploading it. So why am I not doing that? So like, you know, I was a huge fan of obviously Cinemassacre, James Rolfe back in the day, channels that were reviewing movies, you know, in like the 2010s, like Chris Stuckman and John Flickster and all those guys, you know. And then when it comes to the anime stuff, you know, I was watching like Super Eye Patch Wolf and Geekdom 101. And so like there were channels I saw that were doing things that I was like, oh, you know what? Like I wonder what my version of that would look like, right? And so like I kind of like was inspired by them. But I think when it comes to just making content, I don't think there was ever like a direct like specific inspiration. I think it's just like what I've been doing my whole life. And just YouTube is the thing that exists now. Like it's just the platform that is out there to do this on. But if it wasn't, you know, I would still be making videos in any other kind of way, in any other kind of capacity. You know, it's just YouTube is here. And, you know, through years and years and years and years and years of trying to get YouTube to work, it finally gained a little bit of momentum. And so I just kind of like threw my all 100% of my effort into it. And that's how I ended up here. But I still have goals of trying to make a movie or trying to, you know, tell my own stories and stuff. I don't want to just talk about other people's stories my entire life. I'd like to make my own. So I hope, you know, I don't know if it's will ever happen, but like I hope that YouTube is like a stepping stone to do that. You know what I mean? Like I hope that YouTube can lead me to better things in the future. So it's all just kind of like mushed together, you know? Have you heard about the new Brendan Fraser movie, Rental Family? Yeah, I mean, I saw the trailer for it and stuff. I mean, it looks interesting. I don't know if it's necessarily my type of movie, but I would watch it just for Brendan Fraser. I'll pretty much watch. He's one of those actors that I'll watch any movie that he's in. You know what I mean? Tried to watch Martyrs in the dark on Halloween and had to turn it off. Was not prepared for how fucked up that movie got. That is an extremely fucked up movie. Not necessarily one I would recommend watching alone in the dark. Although I wouldn't. I'd recommend watching it alone more than watching it with anybody, probably, though, because that might even be weirder. Actually loved Eddington for what it was going for. Absolutely loved the batshit second half to that movie. Oh, yeah, I did not see where Eddington was going. Like, in the beginning of the movie, I was on board with just the premise of, like, dealing with this small town in the middle of the pandemic. But, like, I won't spoil it, but, like, where that movie goes is kind of the thing that made me love it so much. Like, I probably would have liked it okay if it just stayed how it was in the first half, but it's the second half of that movie that made me think, like, okay, this is actually one of my favorite movies of the year. Actually, here's a really unpopular opinion. I think Eddington was better than One Battle After Another. If we're doing, like, movies about serious topics that deal with, like, political themes and all that, I liked Eddington better. What can I say? I still like one battle after another, but like I didn't like it as much as I liked Eddington. Let's see. You say Nolan is slightly overrated because people say he's the best. Nolan overrated. That is an opinion I can understand. I don't agree, but I can understand it. I think I like Christopher Nolan movies a lot, but um, I can sort of see it. Like I can sort of see how somebody would think that. And maybe kind of like my opinion of the Coen brothers is like he's one of those guys that makes particular movies that you love, but his overall filmography might not be something that, you know, you're like head over heels about. I think Michael B. Jordan is an overrated actor. I mean, I don't think he's like one of the greats, but I think he's good. You know, I don't think he's like, I don't know. I mean, if he was trying to be like, um, you know, if he was trying to be like a prestigious, like only going after Oscars kind of actor, then then I would probably agree. But I think he does all kinds of movies, and he usually, you know, kind of embraces more like genre pictures and stuff. So like, I don't know, I feel like he's good for the movies that he does. You know what I mean? I've seen the new episode of Pluribus. Yes, I have seen it. I'll get my review out tomorrow. I thought James Cameron was overrated for a long time, but if you look at his success, it's hard to say that there's a filmmaker that gets what audiences want more than him. I'm just not a fan of like the Avatar stuff, but I love, you know, Terminator 2 and Aliens are two of my favorite movies of all time. And I love Titanic. I don't care. I'm not ashamed to say it. It's a good movie. I'm just not a fan of Avatar. And that seems to be the only thing James Cameron wants to do. And to be fair, you know, it's his world. It's like, it's the thing that he has the most control over. Like, it's his world, it's his characters. He's not adapting anything. He's not making a sequel. Like, it's all of his, I mean, he's making a sequel to his own thing, but like, it's all original. And I get it. I get it. You know, if I had the luxury of being able to work on my own personal project, my own personal vision in the world that I created, and I get to have absolute, total, complete control over it, I mean, why wouldn't you do that, right? So it's like, why would he want to make any other movie at this point? You know what I mean? It's just, I just am not the fan of the Avatar movies. M. Night Shyamalan overrated? I mean, yeah, I mean, well, M. Night Shyamalan has a lot of bad movies. He's got a lot of good movies, but I think he has more, more bad movies. I love Unbreakable. I think Unbreakable is still his best, his masterpiece. But yeah, he's got a lot of a lot of stinkers. Zack Snyder. Is Zack Snyder overrated? I feel like a lot of people hate Zack Snyder. I don't know. I like a lot of his movies, but yeah, I was not a fan of what Rebel Moon. I thought that was I thought that was pretty terrible. But I love Watchmen. I love his Watchmen movie, and I really like Man of Steel. I know a lot of people hate that one, but I like it. Jordan Peele. Yeah, Jordan Peele. I mean, I think Jordan Peele is really like he's a really good director, but maybe just not quite at the level that a lot of people put him at yet. I mean, after some more movies, maybe. Um, but I could see thinking he was a little bit overrated for sure. Zack Snyder can't stand his movies, but his cult fan base acts like he's the god of cinema. It's a weird thing, man. I think it's weird. Like I'm not part of that group. You know what I mean? I do like a lot of his movies. Like I like Watchmen. I like Man of Steel. I like 300. You know, there's a fair amount of Zack Snyder movies that I do like, and I think he has a really good visual eye. But yeah, sometimes the fan base can ruin it for you. There's a lot of things that I'm a fan of that I just can't stand the fan base of. I just stay away from it. I don't involve myself in any fandoms anymore because people just get way too toxic. I kind of like just enjoy things from afar. Super chat. Thank you, man. Thank you, Where Guru, man. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Long time no talk. Hope all is well, brother. Also, and thanks for that Toonami video the other day. Thoughts on upcoming Silent Hill movie. Thank you, man. Appreciate it so much. I'm glad that you liked that video, man. That was definitely one that hit me in the feels as I was making it. Remembering a nostalgic better time for sure. Silent Hill is something I still need to get into, so I can't really compare the movie or how the movie looks to the games because I still haven't played through the games. I think it looks cool, but I've seen a lot of people kind of like criticize the adaptations and stuff like that, so I really don't know what to think. I don't know if that's the kind of movie I should just walk into completely blind and just give my opinion on the movie without playing any of the games, or if I would just be doing a terrible disservice and should play the games first. So I don't know. So right now I'm just going to tentatively say it looks okay, but I don't really have a full opinion on it. Yes, Dr. Manhattan. Yes. That's the thing. Cause I saw the profile pic and I was like, that is not your username, but maybe it's different, but okay. You are the same. Okay. Just making sure. One of my favorite YouTubers, dude. Been around since 2020. Always love your streams, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thanks for sticking around, man. Thanks for sticking around. Appreciate that. A lot of people didn't. I appreciate it. Why don't you like Avatar? Just wondering. I don't know. I just couldn't get into it, man. I just couldn't feel like emotionally invested. Like I get what he was trying to do, but I don't know. Maybe it's just way too much CG. Maybe it's just, I don't know what it is. Like there's something about it that just didn't gravitate towards me. Like it's been so long since I've seen it. I never saw the second one. It's been so long since I've seen the first one. Like it's hard to remember specific things. I just remember sitting there watching it, just being like, okay. You know, it just didn't grab me. It just didn't grab me. I just didn't resonate with it. It just, I don't know. Just something about it wasn't for me. Zack Snyder's an asshole, apparently. Why is Zack Snyder an asshole? What did he do to... I think the fan base I could understand, but, like, what did he do? What do you think the images Zack Snyder has been posting on Instagram? I mean, he's just been posting, like, images from when he was making things, like, from his past films. I don't know. Like I said, he's a really good photographer. Like, he has a really good eye... for like blocking images and stuff like that and setting up action sequences. And a lot of people say that he probably would have been better as like a director of photography, which, I mean, fair. But, you know, I think he just has a very good visual eye. Whether or not you find like substance in the rest of his movies, that's up to interpretation. But as far as the visuals go, I mean, he's always been a really good photographer. Please never stop, bro. You're genuinely one of my favorite creators that I check up on. Sorry to be repetitive. No problem. No, I appreciate it, man. I do. I do. It's rough out here. So whenever anybody gives you any kind of positive feedback, it means a lot. So I appreciate it. Any production houses you find overrated, anime and movie wise, like for example, Blumhouse or Trigger. Um, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't really pay attention. I guess I would say like I feel like A24 has a lot of good movies, but they also kind of have a lot of experimental shit that didn't really work out too well. Um, Same thing with Blumhouse now, maybe. Like they started off strong, but yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything too specific beyond those two examples. Rumor the Snyderverse is coming back. I mean, I think that ship has sailed. And to be fair, like I would rather see Zack Snyder do other things. I mean, well, maybe not after seeing Rebel Moon, but like I feel like the farther he steps away from that and does more things, I think that would be good. Like I heard he's doing like a UFC movie, and some other things that he's doing. So I'd like to see what else he can cook up. Don't like his version of Batman or Superman. Batman killing people is blasphemy. I mean, I don't know. I always looked at it like he wasn't doing it directly. It was just kind of a result of the collateral damage. But I mean, Michael Keaton's Batman killed people, and you could even look at um wow, Christian Bale. Like in a way, it's like Raj Al Ghul. That's like, well, I'm not gonna kill you, but I don't have to save you. That kind of the same thing in a way. I don't know. I guess it depends on how deeply you look into it. Like I'd prefer Batman to not kill. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm with you on that, but I think in the movies they all kind of take liberties that kind of lean into like like it's bound to happen eventually. Um, but I guess if they dealt with it in a more serious way, like to deal with the consequences of it, like what does it mean for Batman if that happens? But they don't really kind of go into that. I don't know. I enjoy those movies for what they are, but I don't think they're great. Like I don't think they're masterpieces. You know what I mean? Like, but like I just enjoy them for what they are. You think Man of Steel is better than Batman v Superman? Yes, I do, by a lot actually. I like Man of Steel a lot. I think Batman v Superman is all right, but I really like Man of Steel. Regarding Zack Snyder, he doesn't care at all for the kids from his first marriage. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about his personal life, so I don't know. Maybe that's true. If Saudi Arabia buys WB and actually brings back the Snyderverse, I mean, like I said, like I feel like the ship has sailed, but who knows? How do you feel about kids not watching cartoons? Like Cartoon Network isn't a thing anymore. I think it's very, very unfortunate. I think it's hard to imagine because I grew up in a completely different world than what exists right now. But as I've said many times, like with the advent of streaming and stuff, like the way that we consume media is so different because when I was growing up, and especially when I was a kid, like you were kind of subject to whatever was on TV. And so there was the Saturday morning cartoon block, WB, Fox Kids, all that kind of stuff. And you would come across things just kind of randomly, channel surfing, whatever, like you would just watch whatever was on. And we got exposed to all kinds of media throughout history, right? Like older shows, Nick at Night, all that kind of stuff. And so that's all the stuff that we watched when we were kids, when like my generation was kids. Nowadays, like kids with streaming, it's like they choose what to watch. And I feel like they just, even though there's so many options, it's like they don't have the experience of just kind of stumbling upon something, or, just turning on Fox Kids Saturday morning and seeing X-Men, like getting ready to consume what was given to them. So now it's like they choose what to watch, and a lot of kids just grow up watching like YouTube and shit. Like they just watch like streamers and stuff, which blows my mind. Like I understand the irony of me streaming right now saying this, but like I don't know why people watch streamers. Like I don't get it. Like there's so many movies out, like why would you watch a streamer when you could literally be watching like an 80s horror movie? Like I don't understand. Like go to Tubi, and watch something. Like it's just crazy. Like I just didn't grow up with that. You know what I mean? I didn't grow up with like streamers and YouTubers and stuff like that. So like I don't understand the childhood experience of like growing up wanting to watch that, because I grew up wanting to watch Power Rangers and X-Men and Spider-Man and, Pokemon and Digimon and then like Dragon Ball Z and stuff like that. Like that's the stuff that I wanted to watch when I was a kid. So like I don't understand, what it would be like to grow up in this generation and not have that, unless you have a parent that is specifically showing it to you. Like, I don't know how they find stuff like that or how they access that. It's like a totally different thing. And I don't have kids, so like I don't know, you know what I mean? Like I don't have any experience with kids or anything. Like I'm not around them at all. So like I don't know what this upcoming generation is doing and watching. But I just know that it's like polar opposite of how I grew up. So I don't really know. I don't know and I don't understand it. But like I think it's a shame, that it's just not as accessible as it was, despite the fact that we have all these streaming services. Kids aren't watching cartoons. It's just weird to me. Christian Bale killing Harvey Dent at the end of The Dark Knight was part of the story and partly why he retires. Keaton and Batfleck were just wilding out. The thing with the Keaton movies too, though, I think is like, tonally, they're more fantastical. Like the Nolan movies are serious, the Snyder movies were serious, the Batman is serious, but like the Michael Keaton, Tim Burton movies, they have this kind of aura of the fantastical to them, where like when Batman kills somebody, like when Batman puts a bomb on somebody in Batman Returns and then pushes them into the sewer and we see the explosion in the background, I don't like, even though technically, yes, that is technically Batman killing somebody, I don't view it as Batman murdering somebody, because it's just such a silly moment. Like it's something you would see in like a cartoon. You know what I mean? Like Batman puts a bomb on somebody, tosses them aside, walks away, and there's an explosion. Like there's just like a level of disconnect from like the seriousness of murder, happening, that like I never really like thought about it the same way. Like it just, I don't know. I guess I just I just have a massive disconnect for the way Keaton goes about things. It's just like it's just such a like everything in the Tim Burton movies, like the buildings are so exaggerated and there's like giant, cat heads that are spinning around on a billboard, and there's just like all of this kind of silly fantasy. I love those movies, but I love them. I fucking love them. But there's all this silly fantasy stuff that's happening. So like I just don't put much stock in Batman killing people in those movies, because it just feels like it fits in the tone of those films. Like I don't look at it in a serious way, if that makes any sense. When I get rich, I'm gonna drop $1 million donation. You are genuinely that guy. Well, I mean, can you do us both a favor and get rich soon? Because I feel like it's needed. It's desperately needed. So whatever you got to do, man. Like whatever you got to do, man. Um, get that million soon, please. James Gunn, Zack Snyder online war is crazy because most people don't realize Zack and James are friends in real life. Oh yeah, they've collaborated in the past. Like they've Dawn of the Dead, Zack Snyder's first movie was written by James Gunn. And they've had collaborations before, and they've appeared together. Like, and this is the sort of thing, this like the weird parasocial thing where fan bases will make stuff up, themselves. Like they will create their own lore to like justify the things that they like and the things that they don't like. And so like if they need to demonize James Gunn to like Zack Snyder or like vice versa, like they'll just do it. Like just like not even putting any regard into like how the two filmmakers feel about each other. They'll just like make up whatever they possibly can to try to like shame one to hate. What's weird is like you can like both, right? Like it is actually possible to like Man of Steel and the James Gunn Superman movie at the same time. I know that's crazy. It's a crazy concept, but it's actually possible. You can like both. Feels a lot riskier to put a cartoon on for your kids nowadays. So much adult animation out there that if a parent is tired or in work mode, it might be really easy to make that mistake. It could be, yeah. I mean, I could definitely see that. I mean, that's where I think it does come down to the parent's responsibility to, make sure what their kid is watching or whatever. Like, I don't know if you put on parental controls or like, that's just shit I've never had to deal with, so I haven't had to think about it. But also, I mean, cartoons that I watched when I was a kid, I mean, not talking about like South Park and shit, but I mean, like, they did have like risque things in them from time to time, or like adult jokes that would like go over the kid. Like kids wouldn't really get the joke, but the adults would, like, I mean, Johnny Bravo, I mean, how crazy is that? Like some of the shit he was up to, but it was just funny. We were just a kid like laughing at it. We didn't realize like how weird some of that shit was. Yeah, kids don't know how goated Toonami was. True, man, true. Toonami's had a lot of incarnations over the years too, but my video was talking about like the original, like the the Tom era. There was the Moltar era, but like when it was at its peak. Thing is, regular show, Adventure Time are considered old now. That was the last important. That was the last of such an important period. Yeah, that's strange to me because I mean I did watch some Adventure Time, but I was an adult when it came out, so like that is kind of like past my era. So I always viewed those as newer. Like Adventures of Gumball, regular show. That's I consider that to be newer, but it's not now apparently. It's like I don't even know what the new, like, I don't know what cartoons kids watch if they watch them at all. I just know that young people watch a lot of like streamers and YouTubers and stuff like that, which is, I mean, YouTube is one thing, but like there's a lot of like, brain rot streamers out there that are just insanely popular because they're just watched by 12-year-olds, that think they're funny and haven't had any life experience to realize like what, dipshits they actually are. Not naming any names, but those streamers are out there. Yeah, Johnny Bravo's the GOAT. I love Johnny Bravo, dude. That was one of my favorites. Of like the Cartoon Network shows, like Johnny Bravo and Dexter's Lab were like my top two. Yeah, I don't know Smiling Friends. Like I've heard of Smiling Friends, but I don't know what it is. I've never watched it. It's an episode of Johnny Bravo where he gets turned into a woman. That's true, yes. And he gets catcalled the whole episode. He's like, what is going on? Love the stream, Ryan. Thank you, man. Missed the notification. What's up, dude? Subscribe to your channel this week. Good to see you, mate. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Subscribe this week and you're a channel member? Thank you, man. Thank you. Smiling Friends is Newgrounds type guys making a sitcom on Adult Swim. Interesting. Okay, yeah. That makes more sense. But kids will still watch it. I mean, yeah, sometimes like the humor goes over their heads. Like, I remember like kids watched fucking Charlie the Unicorn. Like, you remember that? It was like was it YouTube or was that what was that? Flash animation? I don't remember. Charlie the Unicorn. Charlie! Candy Mountain! Kids love that. Probably shouldn't have been watching it, but kids loved it. But I would rather, if I had kids, I'd rather they watch Charlie the Unicorn or over like Skibbity whatever. Or whatever crap kids watch now. I don't know. I'm an old, cranky man that doesn't know anything about what's hip and cool. Nor do I care. Yeah, our generation's brain rot was light years above the 6-7 shit. Exactly. I agree. I agree. We had a more refined and sophisticated brain rot, in my era. You need a higher IQ to enjoy the brain rot of the millennial era. That's what I'll say. How do you feel about Ryan Coogler? Ryan Coogler, the guy that directed Sinners. Yeah, really, really good director. I mean, I don't know like what his personal life is like, but as far as his movies goes, the ones that I've seen, I've enjoyed. I think all of them, all the ones that I've watched, especially Sinners, I've enjoyed. Got you, brother. Mill on the way. All right, man. All right, I'll be waiting, man. I'll be waiting. I need to finance that movie. And also pay my heating bill because it's winter. I'm not looking forward to that. Also, I got just random life shittiness is that my health insurance is gonna spike up like crazy next year because since I decided to do YouTube full time and try to work for myself, that means I do not get health insurance through any kind of employment. So I have to buy health insurance through the marketplace. And I had I mean, I still pay like way too much for it, but it was like manageable enough. I was like doing okay. But because of all the shit going on in the government, next year, it's going to increase by a lot. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to even have health insurance next year. I mean, we'll see what it ends up as, but like, it's just one of those things where it's like, dude, come on. It's like every time you think that you got like a little bit of a break, like things like, okay, I can manage this, I can manage that, I got that. All of a sudden you get like a bunch of notifications saying, hey, this thing that's already really expensive for you? Well, it's going to be like double as expensive next year. Thanks. Appreciate it. Love it. America. Yeah. Health insurance sucks, man. Yeah. But like, do I need it? Can I get rid of it? Can I go a year? Will I not get sick, or will that be the year that like I end up in the hospital? I don't know. I just know that it's spiking up quite a bit, and I'm like a little annoyed about it. A lot annoyed about it. Why did I just randomly rant about that? I don't know. It just made me think about it. Marketplace was affordable during the COVID, but they did us dirty with the inflation during COVID, so they ought to keep it on. Yeah, I mean, and I got like the cheapest one too that I could. Like, I don't even have eye care or dental. I just got like the basic healthcare plan, and it was already ridiculously expensive. But I was like, whatever, that's the price I pay for trying to literally. That's the price I pay for trying to work for myself. Whatever, I'll carry the burden for health insurance. Whatever, and now knowing it's going to go up like even more next year is just like just driving me nuts, man. It's just like, come on, like can I just like not pay like fucking thousands of dollars all the time for everything, then not have any money ever? Um, Thank you, Mick Davis. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, health insurance in America is a goddamn sham. Sucks to hear, brother. Here's a start to your healthcare fund. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I'm gonna need it. I don't know. I'm debating things. Like I don't know. I don't think I want to go without it because I feel like if I did, like I know you have to pay the penalty or whatever, but like that's not going to be as much as paying for it throughout the year. But I feel like with my kind of luck, if I did forego the health insurance, that would be the year that something terrible happens. Like that would be the year I like fall off a mountain when I go hiking or something, or that'll be the year that like I don't know, something will happen to me and I'll pay the price for it even more. So I figure it's like, it's a necessary evil, but like, god damn, like holy crap, is it expensive? Like, and I feel like they do it like on purpose as like a disincentive for you to try to work for yourself, because if you get it through like a job, you know what I mean? It's like it's still like a ridiculous amount of money coming out of your paycheck, but it's still usually in most cases a lot cheaper than buying it through the marketplace, right? So I feel like they do that specifically. So it's like, go get a real job, motherfucker. That's like them sticking the knife in. Austin Kelly, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. Just wanted to send you a 10 because we appreciate you. You inspire me in more ways than you know. Sorry to be parasocial, but when I'm successful, you're one of the first people I'll reach out to. Dude, thank you, man. That means a lot to me, man. Thank you. And like, thank you for still subscribing for so long too. Like, you know, a lot of people come and go, and that's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. Like everybody, you know, like even me, you know, you have your eras where you kind of like really rock with a channel, and then you kind of fall out here or there. So I appreciate you sticking around, man, and still being here and saying those kind things, man. It means a lot. It really does. Thank you, man. Thank you for the help, and thank you for saying so. I'll do my best to keep trying to do whatever I do that you enjoy, whatever that may be. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. And yes, healthcare is indeed a bitch for sure, for sure. And it's going up for everybody too. Like it's not just a woe is me problem. Like even all of my friends, all of their health insurance is going up too. Like even if they are getting it just through their work, they're saying like, yeah, this is going up an extra $50 after extra, $20, extra $100, like depending on what they work, where they work, it's going up for everybody. So it's just one of those things that we're all dealing with simultaneously. Appreciate everyone in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. Least toxic fan base on YouTube by far. I try to, weed out the toxic people and yeet them out of the chat as quickly as possible. YouTube is a real job. Well, that's what I keep saying, but I don't know if anyone around me believes me. Um, no, I always say, this is only my third year of trying to do YouTube full time. Like I've done YouTube for like a decade, but this is my third year of trying to do it full time. And I always say like, like I chose to do this, you know what I mean? So I got to deal with the good and the bad. But that doesn't mean I can't vent about it. You know what I mean? Everyone's allowed to vent here and there. Unholy Mayhem, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. You're one of the best YouTubers. I mean, I'm glad you think so, man. I don't know. Maybe like top 10,000. I don't know about one of the best, but thank you, man. Thank you. No, I really do appreciate that because there are a lot of times where I feel like, and some of this can come from just like not getting a lot of like, you put the videos out and they just don't do well. So sometimes it can make you think like, oh, why am I doing this kind of thing? But it's never like a sense of like me not wanting to. Like I love making videos. I love making content. Like I said earlier in the chat, like I've been making videos and content like my entire life, basically. Like ever since I could pick up a camera, I was like recording myself do shit. So like, it's just something that's kind of like in my bones. Like it's just something that I have to do. It's just something that I want to do. So, but sometimes when like things don't really work out well, or like you're not seeing, what you want from it, like it can get extremely like bitterly discouraging. So whenever I get like a comment like that, even though even though I don't agree, you know what I mean? I really appreciate hearing it. Like it does mean a lot to me. And, I'm glad that there are people out there that like whatever kind of silly content I put out there into the world, and think that it's good, or at least think that it's entertaining. So thank you, man. One of the few YouTubers I've watched consistently over the years, like again, man, just nothing but gratitude, and the channel's changed a lot over the years and it's expanded a lot. And so the fact that people still stick around after that too means a lot. John Smith, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate it, man. When Ryan is streaming, I enable the YouTube app. What do you mean? What does that mean? Is that like that's when you like turn on YouTube, like just specifically in those moments? I don't know. I'm gonna say thank you regardless, but thank you, man. If you had to start from zero, what would you do? Genuine question. Well, the thing about that question is like, I have started from zero more than once in life. And so like, I think my biggest fear is like ending up there again, because I have started over from zero. So like, long story short, I'm not going to go into it in full detail, but there was a moment in my mid-20s where I ended up completely broke. Like I had lived across the country. I had like $300 in my bank account. I was like 26, and that's all the money I had on me in the world. And I was moving out of the apartment I was in. I couldn't afford it. I was going through like, it's when I was like discovering like the nerve pain that I deal with, but at the time I didn't know what it was. It wasn't diagnosed yet. So like, I'm dealing with nerve pain. I don't know what it is. It's freaking me out. I'm feeling like I'm like dying. And I have no money. I have like $300. That's all I have. I'm moving out of my apartment. I'm moving across the country back to my hometown so that I can move back into a spare room in my parents' house. I don't have a car. I'm 26. I didn't have a girlfriend. I didn't have any money. I had absolutely nothing. Thankfully, I mean, some people are in worse off conditions. Like, thankfully, I had my parents that allowed me to move back in with them. It's like I had a place to stay, but still, I'm 26 moving back in with my parents. No car, no money, anything, and dealing with like medical health issues at the time. And that was a very, very like extremely low, like that. I never felt more like a fucking loser than that moment. Like all of that kind of like crumbling together, like that realization, like, living in my parents' house again, driving my mom's car to work when I'm like about to be 10 years out of high school, and realizing like 10 years have gone by and like no progress has actually been made. Like, I've tried to do this, I've tried to do that, that failed, that friendship fell out, that relationship, we broke up, this happened, that happened, I moved across the country, that didn't work, I tried to make movies, that didn't work, I tried to do this, that didn't work, I tried to write a book, that didn't work, every single thing didn't fucking work. And now it's like, okay, I'm 10 years removed from high school, and I'm literally in the exact same place I was 10 years ago. I wanted to fucking die. Like it was just like, it was like the worst. It was the worst fucking time of my life. And so what did I do? I don't know. I got a job. I tried to save up money. I basically like, worked as many hours as I possibly could while simultaneously trying to do YouTube and trying to build a YouTube channel up. I didn't do anything. I didn't have any money to do anything. And I spent like, several years just kind of like grinding as much as I could to try to like, it was basically like work, YouTube, gym, work, YouTube, gym, work, YouTube, gym. And that's all I did. I just worked. And then I came home and I worked on YouTube, and then I'd go to the gym to try to stay in shape. I'd try to be healthy, you know, trying to be more positive, like health wise, you know, I was like trying to eat healthy and go to the gym and everything. And so like I did all of that for like years and years and years. Until I finally got to a point where I was able to save money. You know, I did help my parents out with like, you know, stuff, but like I was fortunate enough that I didn't have to pay like a shit ton of money in rent, but not fortunate in the sense that like I'm approaching 30 and I'm living back in my parents' house. Right. So like there's pros and cons. But eventually I was able to build the YouTube channel up so that it was a side income. So I had income from my job and income from YouTube. And I just kept saving, and I just didn't do any, like for like 5 years, I didn't do anything. Like I didn't go anywhere. I didn't go on any trips. I didn't go to any like Comic-Con. I didn't do anything. Like I just stayed home. I just stayed home and worked on YouTube videos for like 5 years. And yeah, and then eventually got to a point where I'd saved up enough money to where I put a little bit of a down payment. I found a house that was fairly cheap. I mean, this is not like a great house or anything. It was a rental property. Like there's a lot of shit wrong with it. Things are always breaking down, but like I just needed to get a place. So like I got, put a down payment on house, moved in, got a bunch of credit cards, bought a bunch of furniture and shit with the credit cards because I didn't have money for furniture. So I'm still paying off credit card debt from like 5 years ago. In order to get all this shit. And then I've just been working really hard on YouTube, and I built that up to a point where I felt like maybe I could try to finally do it full time. So about 3 years ago, I quit my full-time job to try to do YouTube full time. So now I've been working really hard on YouTube. And in the meantime, I'm still holding on to my hopes and dreams of being able to make a movie someday. Because that's my true goal in life of what I want to do. So I'm still working towards that. So that is like the brief history of the last several years of my life. If that, hopefully that did not bore everybody to tears. I'm so sorry. But so that's basically like the Spark Notes version of like what I did when I started over from ground zero. And it's been a process. Another super chat from Austin. Thank you so much, man. 5 more because you're important. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. You are important too, man. You are, everyone here is. Because like without you guys, I wouldn't have gotten to this point. You know what I mean? So like, it means a lot, man. It means a lot that people care about what I do. Because sometimes it's hard to see it. So thank you guys. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. Memberships have been open for 37 months, so you're a bit over because you started those a month or two after going solo. Yeah, I went to try to do YouTube full time starting in May of 2022. So that's how long. So it's been like 3.5 years basically. Super chat from Owl's Nest. Thank you so much, man. Fucking love Ryan lore. Go off, sis. I mean, it's not very interesting lore, but it's lore nonetheless. You know, it's been a weird ride. Becoming a homeowner, regardless of how it goes down, is incredible. Saving up to pay off the remainder of my mom's crib so that we can buy, excuse me, another one. Awesome, man. Hell yeah. It's incredibly difficult. And I definitely did luck out to some degree. Like, obviously, like I said, like my house isn't like amazing or anything. You know what I mean? It's like, it's got a lot wrong with it. But when it was listed for 90,000. And considering where the housing market has gone in the last couple of years, that was actually like an extremely good deal, like extremely good. And it was just kind of like the luck of the draw. Like I was checking Zillow like every single day just to see what they had. And, you know, I don't know. I jumped on it. Like whether or not it was the best financial decision at the time wasn't so much on my mind as I was just like, I need to get my own place. I need to, you know, I need to get out. I need to get this ball rolling. I'll be in debt the next, 35 years, whatever. It is what it is. I just need to get in there, So that's kind of was my mentality. So I just went for it. But now I'm glad I did, despite all of that, because the housing market is so much worse now than it was then. So like, if this house was up for 90,000, if it was going today, it would probably be like 130, 140. So like, I'll take it. I'll take it. Ryan is the only way I support the arts. I I guess I don't really know what that compliment means, but I'll take it. What do you think about the Chernobyl HBO series? I still have not watched it. I haven't watched it yet. And then Austin, once again, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the support, man. Really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you. 20 for the night. Thank you for existing. I mean it. Never stop. We'll make a film one day. I have a whole movie plot. You'd be a rookie cop. Oh, shit. Am I acting in it? I don't know how good my acting abilities are. Although, if you saw the Hellraiser video, that is the most amount of effort I ever put into my acting. It's still not good. But just if you want any basis of like me as an actor, the last segment of the Hellraiser video is like the most I've ever actually tried to act. So like use that as a gauge. So I don't know if you actually want me in your movie, but hey, I'll do a cameo. I'll be a small role. I'll show up and like give somebody directions. You know what I mean? I'll do that. No, thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. Have a good night. I'm probably gonna peace out here soon myself, but. Thank you for all your support tonight, man. It means a lot, and thank you for all the kind words and words of encouragement. I will take them to heart for sure. Like absolutely, like without a doubt. Thank you, man. Yeah, 90K for a house anywhere is a godsend in this economy. Yes. Well, and also you guys got to understand the area I live too. Like I live in a very small, like rural town. Like I don't live in a city. I don't live in a big area. I live very far away from things. Like I tell people this all the time. Like the movie theater that I go to is like a 20-minute drive away. Like I live in bumfuck. So yes, I know a lot of people have it worse off looking for a house when they live in bigger areas and cities and stuff like that. So I still think things are crazy expensive here, but it's not as bad as if I was living in like a big city area. You know what I mean? So like there is that to consider too. There are really nice houses here that are like out in the woods that I would love to live in, but those are the houses that are like, 300,000, 500,000, homes that I would never be able to afford in a million years. So like, they kind of exist, but they're kind of like up in the mountains and they're all nice and secluded. Like that's the ideal. That's the dream, right? So I'm still living in town, but it's a very, very small town. So like, relatively speaking, houses are cheaper here, but they're still really expensive. Yeah, I bought my house at the right time. I do think it was like one of those like quick moments where, and that's kind of how it is too, because like people, like rich people will just buy up houses like crazy. Like lots of people, they'll buy houses and flip them and rent them out and everything. Like a lot of people make their money in real estate, but like it's one of those things where it's like you got to have money to make money, and I didn't have money, so like you got to get in quick with them. And I think that if you get like, I don't really have like a lot of experience. I only got the one, but like, I think if you are trying to buy a house, it is one of those things where it's like, you got to make fast decisions. You can't like pussyfoot around and like, oh, maybe not, because in the time you take to make your decision, somebody else is going to grab it. So like, you kind of have to like, you kind of have to jump on it. And that's basically what I did. Like I saw it and it was good enough and it was, cheap enough. I was like, whatever, I gotta get out. Let's do it. Let's fuck it. Yeah, like I looked at, I think I think this was the third house I looked at. I was like, fuck it, just fucking do it. I don't care. Like I just gotta get in there. That's what I did. Another super chat from 1120 Thank you, man. Self-acting scenes in Hellraiser Retro was great. Thank you. I'm telling people like that is the most amount of effort I ever put in actually trying to act. Because normally I act badly because, well, one, I'm a bad actor, but two is because like the skit is usually silly, so I'm not taking it seriously to begin with. But with Hellraiser, I really wanted to give you something special, and I wanted to try my absolute damnedest to actually get you to feel the torture I was going through. And trust me, I drew on real life experiences because the torture I was acting with was remembering how I had to watch every single Hellraiser movie, and it just brought the emotion out of me. So like that is the most I've ever tried to act is in that video. And I think it worked out. Going up the Hellraiser retrospective, I think you would kill it in a comedy as a guy slowly dying after a car landed on him or something. I think I would too. I think that suits me. That's the kind of role I was born for. No, I want to be an extra in a Godzilla movie, and I want to get crushed by Godzilla. Like I want to be one of the people that is like looking up and like pointing and screaming, but I want to be the guy that like trips and then Godzilla steps on him. Like that would be a dream of mine too. Like if I never get to make a movie, I want to be an extra in a Godzilla movie where Godzilla steps on me. Yeah, being poor is expensive. True, true. Well, it's always funny because you have to kind of already have money to make money, because like even going to get a job, like assume you have nothing. Well, you need transportation to get there, right? So you either got to have a car, or you got to have access to public transport, or you got to pay for a taxi. And then what if it has a dress code? Okay, you have to buy clothing, you have to buy pants, you have to buy a shirt, you have to do. It's like I'm trying to get the job so I can start making money, but I can't get the job unless I have money to get to the job, to dress for the job, to groom for the job, in order to do the job. So it's like, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's like almost impossible to start from the ground up, you know? I get the feeling you're good at drawing. I'm not good at drawing. I can do like cartoony stuff. So like I can draw like silly cartoon characters and whatever, but I can't draw like well. I can't draw something that has any actual artistic merit to it. Like I can't draw characters from a manga. I can't draw characters from a comic book. I can draw like a silly little cartoon guy like holding a bomb, but I can't draw anything good. 'Pinhead proved that he was the most evil villain of all time, forcing you to watch those movies. Dude, tell me about it, man. And you know what's crazy? It's just like you never expect. You're like, you watch like Hellraiser, Hellseeker, and you're like, okay, I've seen the worst Hellraiser movie, right? Like this has to be the worst one. Like, how can there be a worse Hellraiser movie? And then you get to Bloodline, or then you get to not Bloodline. I like Bloodline, but then you get to Hell World, and it's so much worse. Then you get to, Revelations, and it's so much worse. Then you get to Judgment, and it's so much worse. It's like whenever you think you've gotten to the worst Hellraiser movie, you're wrong. There's still another bad one to get. There's still another even worse one to get to. 19 in a similar situation that you were in. Hard to keep fighting when everything everything you try fucking fails. No, I get that, man, and I was definitely there as well. The benefit you have to your youth is that you have a lot of time to turn it around, but also, also treat it with some urgency. Like, don't feel like you've fallen so far behind, because if you're only 19, you have a lot of time to progress and to fix things. And like, I don't get so paranoid over that. But also, also just continue to work for it. Continue to press forward to the things that you want to do and the things that you want to try. And just don't give up on it. I think that's the main thing, is that I feel like most people give up on it. And, I like I said, I'm a stubborn guy. I'm pretty dumb about most things. And I think the most positive and my biggest flaw are the same thing. And that's that I'm incredibly stubborn. Like, I want something, so I just keep trying and trying and trying and trying. And like, no matter how many times I fail, I just keep going and keep going. And a lot of times it makes me want to like rip all of my hair out and like jump off a cliff. And that's probably not good. But like at the same time, like I just keep trying again. And so that's the main thing. I think that if you really want to do something, to just keep trying no matter what. Try it different ways. You know what I mean? Like, don't necessarily do the same exact thing over and over again if something's not working, but try to adjust, change things, add things in, take things out, reapply, and just keep trying, man. Just don't give up the fire. You know what I mean? A lot of people get burned out early, and they just give up. You are good at drawing. You drew that goblin or whatever. It looked like a blobfish. Oh yeah. I drew I don't know, I drew Nosferatu Zod once. I don't think I have anything to draw on. Yeah, I just draw like little cartoony things. See if I can draw Zod. From memory. I'm not even gonna look at the thing. It's already bad. It's already terrible. He's gonna be a cute Zod. Yeah, he's cute. He's a cute Zod. I'm gonna give him whiskers. Hang on. I'm working on it. I'm drawing Zod. Hang on. Hang on. We gotta do a few more touches here. I'm working on it. Hang on. I'm trying to draw them quick too. I forget what Zod's sword looks like. I literally don't remember like at all, so I'm just gonna make something up. Okay, he's got his little sword here. It's gonna go behind his back. I know it's like it's got like a curl to it. Yeah. Zod's got a sword. Hang on. I'm almost done. He's got big old pecs because he's buff. And he's got like a little hair going on here. He's got his little abs. And he's like super tough and macho. Yeah. He's like that. And he's like, yeah, I'm Zod. I'm motherfucking Zod. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Here's Zo. Hang on. Alright, here we go. This is my quick drawing of Nosferatu Zod. Yeah. He's buff. He's buff Zod. Yeah, he's got a big old sword. He's saying, "What's up, motherfuckers?" That's my Zod. Yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. No one wants to see that. Struggle, endure, contend. Absolutely. I'd say 24 is the age you want to have stuff kind of figured out. I mean, that's the age where it gets like a little bit scary when you don't. I like, I've always said that I feel like the age, like between like 18 to 24 is like a very weird pivotal moment in life because like I think that age bracket kind of informs a lot of where you're going to go from there. And it's also kind of that weird time in life where you're sort of like a kid and an adult at the same time because you're still young enough that like people are going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And, you know, if you make mistakes, it's just kind of whatever. But you're also old enough that you can do anything that you want to as an adult. You know, you can get, you know, jobs or an apartment or whatever. Like you do what you want as an adult, but you're still kind of young enough that it's like, you know, you're close enough to where people are going to kind of give you the benefit of the doubt and stuff like that. So after you get past 24, like into 24, 25, 26, that's when people start to look at you differently if you don't start to have things figured out yet, you know? And also, I think that's kind of the point of no return if you've kind of done, not necessarily, like anybody can turn their life around at any point if they want to, but I feel like a lot of people, once they hit that like 24, 25, 26, if they're like a total burnout and that's all they've done their whole life, you know, it's just like sit around and smoke weed and do drugs, that might be like just what they do for the rest of their life. Or that might be around the kind of age where, you know, you might, you know, get someone pregnant or get pregnant where you didn't mean to, and now you're going to be stuck with that. Or, you know, it's just like one of those, it's just like that's sort of like the era where like, you know, your paths really start to begin to solidify. Unless you do a lot of work to change it. But, you know, I am a big proponent of like, you can change your life at any point, like at any stage. But I just think in general, I think like 24, 25, 26 is where things start to kind of stick, you know, things start to kind of solidify, doors start to close a little bit unless you know, take effort to change it. Yeah, in your 30s, don't have shit figured out yet. I mean that's really how I feel, you know, most of the time. Life's a process of successes and failures. Key component is to never give up no matter what. That's the fact. So that's the thing I hold on to, is just not giving up. Have you thought about getting a cat again? Um, yes and no. I mean, it's difficult because I don't think Dracula is replaceable. Dracula was my cat. So like I don't want to get another cat just to fill the void. But I feel like when the universe is ready for me to have a cat, like I feel like the universe kind of has a cat distribution system. Like you just kind of find cats, like cats just kind of show up. Like you got a cat outside, or like someone's giving away a cat, or like, there's a cat that follows you home. I don't know. Cats just sort of like end up in your life. That's what I feel. So I think when the time is right, I think that there will be a cat there for me at some point in the future. Um, yeah, no, yeah, I know a lot of people don't get notifications for my channel anymore. I don't know why. Uh, didn't read my comment. I was trying to make you laugh, not trolling. What was your comment? I didn't see it. Um, Super chat from Austin again. Thank you so much, man. Sorry for your loss. Ask wait, AKS Sir Dark. Wait, what does that? What does that part mean? I don't know, but thank you, man. Yeah, yeah, my cat passed away earlier this year, so that's like another thing that happened. You know, it was tough, but he was a good cat. I had him for a good 12 years, and he was really there, kind of being my buddy and my companion for a lot of rough times. So I have a lot of good memories. A lot of good memories with him. Krusky, you were 35. You hit your stride. What was your stride? Let's see, movie plot. Four friends hit a spiritual meetup. The final raffle drafts them for a real cult mass shooting, and one secretly plots to blow up the plan from the inside. Interesting. Yeah, I mean that sounds interesting. It sounds, I don't know, when you said like the death cult sort of thing sort of reminded me of that segment in VHS 2 with like the weird cult. Probably has nothing to do with that. It's just like the first thing that came to my head. It sounds like an interesting premise, trying to stop it from the inside. I dig it. I dig it. I want to tell you guys a synopsis of my movie idea, but I don't really know how to like summarize it yet. I haven't figured out a way to condense it into like a short description, which is something I need to do in order to try to like pitch it to people. So I got to figure that out at some point. But at some point, I'll tell you. What age did you feel like you had things figured out? Still hasn't happened. Still has not happened. I'm basically flying by the seat of my pants every day that I live. But if it ever does happen, if I ever do feel like I figured things out, I'll let you know. I'll let you know how it feels. Right now, I have no idea. Remember when I lost my cats? We had to get rid of them because my sister and my mom had a cat allergy. That's sad. I hate when stuff like that happens too. Um, yeah, Dracula. He had a really bad hernia. He was getting fluid in his lungs, and there was just gonna be. It was just damaging him to the point where like he wasn't gonna be able to make it through. So it was either like have a long drawn out suffering. Well, probably not even a long suffering, but like he was gonna suffer if I didn't do something about it. So I made that choice, and I still feel kind of shitty about it. But like, I don't know. Compared to the alternative, I thought it was the better thing to do. But yeah, it was a rough day. And it was a very unexpected day, which tends to be the trend in my life with losing people. When people leave, tends to always be unexpected. I never know that it's coming. And it kind of sucks. Although I don't know what would be worse, you know? What would be worse? They're both bad. Sobriety, being a parent, steady job, and a wife. Okay, that is a stride. That is a legitimate stride. Thank you for your answer. Dracula was a special cat. Lost my dog Sunshine in June as well, so I understand. Thank you for your candor. That is the same month I lost Dracula, man. That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear about that, man. I'm sorry for your loss. It's always very, very difficult to lose a pet. Like I am one of those people that, considers pets to be family, and it doesn't hurt any less just because they're not a human. Ryan is talented, but in an unironic way. Dracula was an asset to the channel too. The little chunker had got so many super chats. Yeah, he was helping me out. He always helped me out, when I was in a pinch. He was always there for me no matter what. I think the thing that hurts the most, like I live alone. So I have a girlfriend, but she doesn't live with me. I live by myself, and Dracula was my cat was the only thing I kind of had here with me. So after he left, it was a little strange to just have the house all to myself. And it's the little moments that I really miss. Like Dracula would always sleep next to me every night, and he had his own kind of designated pillow that was on my bed. So like I would have my pillows, and then there would be the pillow I would set up next to me that he would just lay on. He would just lay on his pillow, right? And whether it was like in the middle of the night or late at night when I couldn't sleep or whatever, I would just be able to look to my side and Dracula would just be laying there, right? And there were so many times after he died, and a little bit even now, where I'll wake up, and because you're not fully conscious yet, like you're waking up just out of a dream, like things don't really feel real. Like I always just sense or imagine or picture Dracula laying next to me because he always had, right? So like I'm waking up, I'm not really conscious yet, and I'm just expecting Dracula to be right there because he always was. Every single time I woke up, he would just be right there. And there's always that sort of like realization, like when I come into consciousness where I'm like, oh, he's not there. Like I just always still kind of expect him to be right there. And every time I wake up and I realize he's not, like it stings a little bit, it always just stings a little bit as soon as I realize, oh yeah, he's not there. Movie plot, Idiocracy, but it's a horror movie. I mean, isn't that just real life? Dracula, was he a Maine Coon or a Ragdoll? He was, I think he had part Maine Coon in him, but he was like classified as like American short hair cat. So that's as far as I know. That's what the vets called him. Had to put your dog down this summer. It was hard, but cherish the memories I had with him. Absolutely, absolutely. Like I said, like our pets are family, man. As far as I'm concerned, they're just as important as anyone else. Your family had a lost dog move into your house in 2018. Well, maybe that's like the cat distribution system. Sometimes dogs just show up too. Hope the funds meant something to you. Gonna get out of the chat now, dude. Please know that I am thankful that you exist. I appreciate your energy, and I hope you keep going and reach another pinnacle. Good night, dude. Thank you so much, man. I hope the best for you as well. I hope you all the success in the world. It does help out a lot. It means a lot to me, man. No matter what anybody does to help support me, in this crazy journey of wherever it is I'm going. It really does mean a lot, man. So thank you so much. Thanks for being here, bro. And thank you for all the kind words as well. That means the most, you know what I mean? Just to know that people give a shit. So thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you a lot. I'm probably going to wrap this up too. I streamed way longer than I thought I was going to. I think we just got into like a flow of conversation and I just couldn't stop yapping. But I'll stream for about, I'll go for like 10 more minutes and then I'll wrap it up for the night. So any kind of final questions, final anything you guys want to throw in like the last like 10 minutes, I'll try to rapid fire through it and then call it a night. Your childhood dog just showed up too, had him for like 10 years. That's awesome. That's what I'm like expecting to happen. I think that one day, like I'll just go outside and I'll just hear like a kitten crying in the distance or something. And that'll just be my new cat. But like I said, like Dracula isn't, replaceable. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to just go out and get a cat because Dracula passed away. Cause I feel like it's just not right. Like me and Dracula had a bond. You know what I mean? Like we had years of history. Like it's different. It's not just a cat. All right. You know, he was my friend. He was my bro. Person selling an animal is like selling a person. I mean, I think there's a bit of difference there, but a lot of people give them away. Like, you know, a lot of people have cats that have babies or they can't have them themselves. Like there's usually a lot of people giving pets away. The thing that makes me nervous are the people that get pets, like, because sometimes, you know, it's not like you have like a background check or something, you know, because some people are terrible pet owners, you know, some people are really horrible to their pets and should not have them. But it's kind of hard to discern, you know, who those people are. So it's always good to kind of like if you're getting rid of a pet or selling a pet or something like that to, you know, find somebody that you know and that you trust. Yamcha would have beaten Yusuke's ass, especially at baseball. All right, headed out. Everyone have a good night. Well, I mean, I think you're mostly right there. I mean, I think Yamcha is a lot stronger than Yusuke, at least up until a certain point. Good to hang with you, big dog. I have a lot upcoming this week. It was definitely cool to chill and vibe with you. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And like I said, thanks for subscribing and being a channel member. Um, People that want pets don't always deserve pets. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like some people really treat their pets like crap, you know. But thankfully, I don't think that's anybody in here. Glad I found your channel. Thanks, man. Spread the word. You know, spread the word of Real Life Ryan. Share it, or something. If you don't like the current JoJo's, maybe the OVA might be more your style since you like older anime. Yeah, I tried to get into JoJo's a little bit, and I don't know if it was for me. I mean, it was okay. It was okay. I only watched, what, part 1 and part 2? I don't know. I know all the parts are different. Like, I know it does the whole, like, generational thing, so. But I didn't want to skip anything. But I think by not skipping things, I actually just, I don't know, just didn't really care for it as much as some people. But I gave it a shot. Austin, thank you so much, bro. Thank you. 5 more because I saw you. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, man. I really, really do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. It means a lot to me, dude. It really, really does, man. Fucking, I appreciate it, brother. I do. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wonderful support tonight, man. You're the MVP. Absolutely, man. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate. Yeah, appreciate. Thank you. Yes, I got it. I got it. I got it. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. It means a lot. It really does. You guys have been really kind tonight, and it goes a long way, man. It goes a long way. Cheers for the fun stream, Ryan. It was nice to have on the background, whatever else I was doing. Just know that a lot of people around the world care about how you're going, no matter what. Thanks, bro. Thanks. It's good to remember because sometimes it's hard to see from this end, just simply because I'm always like in my own head and doing my own thing. So it's hard to contextualize it, But I appreciate it, man. You guys are awesome. So, all right, I'm gonna head out now. I want to say thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. Thank you guys for the support. Special shout out, Austin. Thank you so much, man. Couldn't ask for more, bro. Thank you so much for the support. The username that is all numbers. Thank you very much as well. John Smith, Unholy Mayhem, M Davis. Thank you. Dr. Manhattan. Thank you. Mac Daddy Snuggles. Devious Minds, MD Negative, thank you guys. Hopefully I got everybody tonight. Obviously, Krusky, everyone else that is in here as well. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, man. Had a good chat. Originally, I was only going to stream for like maybe 2 hours, and I went for 4, and that's all because of you guys. So, thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys have a good rest of your night. Take care. Have a good weekend. Be good to yourself. Drink some water. Stay hydrated. And I'll end with don't give up. Don't give up. All right. Peace out, everybody. Have a good night.